Welcome back, guys. Hope you're all doing great. And today in this course, we are going to learn how to create a full stack social media application where you can post your picture and you can save or download or even you can comment and post which is already hosted here. I hope you guys are already excited because we are going to develop this project completely from the scratch by using Sanity, React.js, and Tailwind CSS. Now, allow me to show you guys what we are going to develop in this course. You can see here it's having this nice login screen where you can log in by use your Gmail account. If I click this button, it will opens a pop-up screen where you can choose your Gmail account. In this case, my Gmail account, which is already signed in with this browser, so it's directly taking me to that particular website home screen. So now you can see here it's having this nice home screen with all this search bar and a button to post your picture and nice category filtering options, and most probably it's having this nice grid layout for this home screen. And you can see here I already created some posts, and you can see some other users already signed in this website and they posted few pictures over here. As I said, it's a fully functional social media application which is currently up and running in the live. You can check this link in the description box and you can sign into it and you can post a new picture to this website. And now let's see, if I hover this picture, you can see here it's having these four different options over there. If I hover here, you can see it's having this download option and it's showing already one user saved this picture, and it's having this destination and this delete button over here. Because this post it's created by myself, that's why it's showing this delete option. If you are a user who viewing my post, you don't have the permission to delete this post. And now let me download any picture. Okay, so let me save this picture. If I click this save button over here, that will save that particular post to that user profile, but to that user profile where they can view that saved post for the future purpose. And if I click this download option, if I click it, that will download that picture and I can open it and look at that. It's having this is a nice picture, so you can download it at any time. If I click this, that will takes to the destination. You can give a URL to, when I click it, it will takes me to that particular destination. If I click this, it will be deleted. Okay, and now let's see how to post a new post. If I click this, you can see here it's having this nice design where you can upload your picture, and if I click it, I can browse a picture from the my location. So let me choose any picture over here. Okay, I'll choose this particular picture, or I don't have any new pictures over here. Okay, let me choose that particular picture. If I click open, and that will load that picture in over here. And even if you don't wish to, if you don't like this picture, if you wish to change the if you wish to upload a new picture, if you click it, that will be removed instantly. And if you click again, you can choose a new picture from the screen. So let me choose this one for now. Let me choose it, and that will load it up. And here I'll give a new title for this. Let's say window 11 nice design, and let's say give a link for it offers.com. And if I click, I need to choose a category, on which category I'm going to upload this picture. Let me choose vector. We'll upload this picture in the vector category. And if I click save pin, that will be saved and instantly navigated to the home screen once you upload it. And look at that, we added that picture over here. Okay, so if I click save option, that will be saved. It's working fine. If I click download, that will be downloaded. Look at that. So how awesome it is. And now if I click this particular pin, that will takes me to that particular pin details, and it will shows that which is already in that category. I already added the same picture in that particular category, that why showing that picture in the recommended suggestions. So here you can see here it's having the title and the description and the user who uploaded that picture, and you having the comment where you can add a real comment to this picture. This is not fair for I'm adding a comment for my own picture, but I want to show you how it's going to work. Let me add a comment for this. Let's say nice pic. If I click send, that will add a comment to this picture. Now let me open a different picture. You can see, for instance, if I open this one, you can see already few user logged in and posted a few comments for this particular picture. If I currently there is no picture for this in this category, that's why it's still loading. If I go to music, you can see here it's showing the suggestions for the user to keep them interacted with your website. And now let's see how this filter and everything is working. If I click coding, you can see here this filter, it's filtering that every post and displaying only the post which belongs to the coding. If I choose designs, currently for designs we don't have any posts, that's why it's having this nice interactive image and showing you sorry no feeds available. Maybe in future we have multiple posts for this particular category. Now let's say how the search everything is working. Let's say if I'm searching for a baby and look at that, it's showing that particular category post, which whatever it's belong to that particular category. Now let me change this to love. Look at that, we're having this nice picture over here. If I change to what else I'm having, let's say vector, look at that, we're having these two pictures in the vector. And anything else, night. Oops, currently for that category we don't have that particular any post for that category. So let me go to the home directory now, and you can see here it's having this user profile. If I click this, you can see it's having this nice banner which will constantly change whenever you are refreshing every single time. And you can see these are all the posts which is created by the user, and if I click saved, it will show only the post which is saved by this user. Now if I go to the home screen, as I said, it's a live social media application where other users already posted some picture. Now if I click this user, I can view that particular user. It displays that user name and it shows that post which is created by that single user. If I click saved, currently this user doesn't have any pins saved so far. That's why it's showing no pins found. How awesome it is. And now let's see how responsive this website is. So let me go to home screen and let me right click inspect it. I'll change it to right side, and this how it looks in the tablet screen, and this is how it looks in the mobile screen. Look at that. If I tap it, you can see that picture, name, description, and the comments and the suggestion post. How awesome it is. I hope you guys are excited, and now let's start develop this project without wasting your time, and let's move on to this course. Okay, then now open up your terminal. So let me open up my command prompt and navigate to your desired folder location. So let me go to E drive, oh sorry, D drive, CD editing, CD YouTube, and CD React projects. So here I'm going to create a new project folder like mkdir watch me. Open it and let me navigate to that particular folder, watch me, and type, let me clear the screen, and I'm going to open it in my Visual Studio Code editor. You are free to use whatever the code editor you wish to use. So let me open it. Oops, it's opened in my another screen. Let me bring it here. Let me expand it. And here we are going to create two more new folders. So right click and create a new folder and name it as front end and name another one as backend. Okay, that's good. Now, as I said, for front end, we are going to create a React, but now we are going to create the backend first because that's really important. So for backend, as I said, we are going to use the Sanity IO. So open up your browser and let's create a new tab and go to sanity.io. And Sanity is a unified content platform which helps you to create a schema for your database and to maintain all your data in the Sanity. And I recommend you to go through the Sanity document before we are starting the project. So take your time and go through it. But even though I will explain every single thing at the time of video, whenever I'm using a particular thing from the Sanity, I will explain everything. But you need to go through it if you are seeing this using this Sanity for first time. So go ahead, click the documentation and go through it. So now let's get started. If I click get started, all I need to do is just to copy this command from here, copy it and open up your Visual Studio Code editor and go to your terminal. So either you can press Ctrl J or click terminal, click new terminal. That will open up the terminal. So let me clear the screen and paste that command which I copied it. Hit enter, so that will install the Sanity CLI as a global version, globally where you can access the Sanity. And let me clear the screen and go back to the browser, copy the second command, sanity init. If this command sanity init is not working for you, run npx sanity init. That will definitely work. So press enter. That will initialize the project. It will ask us to select a project to use or to create a new project. In our case, I'm going to create a new project because we are going to create everything from the scratch. Okay, so oops. So before starting a new project, we failed to do one more thing. What is that? This is because we created two different folders to maintain backend and frontend. So let me navigate to backend. Then we'll run the command called sanity init. Hit the enter. So now let's create a new project, and here you can choose the project name, what project name you're going to use. I'm going to say watch me underscore full stack. Press enter. That will create that project, and it asks you to what kind of dataset configuration you are going to use. I'm going with default dataset configuration. Press enter. So that will create the dataset with all the dependency which is needed for the Sanity, and it's asking the project output where output path where you need to save this project. In our case, I'm going to save it in the exact backend folder itself. Press enter. And here you having it's already having few schema sample data for movie project, e-commerce project or a blog. But in this case, we are going to develop everything from the scratch. So I'm going with clean project and I'm going to teach you everything from the scratch. So let's choose clean project with no predefined schemas. Press enter. So this might take a while. So sit tight and relax until it gets done. Okay, then now you can see here in my project it's successfully created and it's having this command to open up Sanity docs, to open up the documentation, manage to open the project settings, help to get a CLI manual, and you're having this Sanity start to run your studio. Let me expand this project folder. You can see here all these files are downloaded, and here we're having this schemas folder which is really important where we are going to create all our schemas. If I open this schema over here, this is the default schema and this is the place where we are going to load all our schemas. So let's see what we have, what this command everything is doing. So let's say sanity docs. So if I enter that, look at that, it's opening the Sanity documents instantly. And if I type Sanity manage, so that will opens this particular product settings. So it's loading, and look at that, this is the project settings for our particular project which we created now. How awesome it is. Cool. And now let's go back here and let's say Sanity start. So if I press enter, so that will start our project. It is checking now and compiling. So for the first time when you're running this Sanity, it might take a few seconds or a minute. So for compiling all your files and everything, but later after that, it will be fine. So now loaded. It's loaded in the localhost 3333. Let me open it. So it's opened. It's loading, connecting to sanity.io. What happened? Refresh it. It's just taking few up. Here we go. So it's asking me to authenticate it. I'm just going to authenticate with my Google. I'm going to select my Gmail account and it's connected to my development server. Currently, we don't have any schema. Everything is empty over here. So let me close it, close it, close it, and leave it as it is. Let's stop our Sanity server. Stop it. CLS. Let me close this. And now we are going to create a new schema for it. So let's create a user schema over here. So right click and new user.js. So over here we are going to just write a plain JavaScript. So export default. Okay, so we are going to export it default, and I'm going to give a name for that thing, user. We are creating a document with a user, and we are going to create a title for that particular document. It's going to be user with U capital, and what kind it is, it's going to be the document. Okay, so we are going to create a document, so where the each user data, every single user data will be saved as a document inside the Sanity, just like the MongoDB and Firestore databases on all the cloud storage databases. Cloud storage, yeah, we're having cloud storage databases. And let's give the fields what is necessary for this particular user schema. So let's give the fields. Open the tab, fields, don't misspell anything. It's an array which going to have a multiple objects. Open it. Inside this, I'm going to have first a column. It's going to be name. First column, it's going to be the username. So type user name, and then title for that particular column. It's going to be user name, U capital, and let's the type of the username, it's going to be string. It's going to We are going to maintain the username as a string data type. Then what is the second field? It's going to be absolutely the user image, image, and the title, image, and the type, the string. You can you can ask me what is this name and title and the type. If you go to the Sanity docs, so let me open the Sanity docs. So Sanity docs. So over there you can search about the schemas. If you search about the schema, you can see the schema types. What are the different schema types it will support? Image, number, text, or a string. If I wish to use the strings, you can see here how you want to, what are the required fields for it, what is the type for that particular thing, what is the name of that string, and what is the title you are going to give for that particular field. And there are a lot more options over here, so just go through it for your better understanding. So for the time being, for the field which we need to create, this is all we needed. For the username, I'm having the name, title, and the data type. And for the image field, to store the image, name, title, and the data type. In future, if you're going to display the user much more details, you just need to come over here and add few more details over here. That's all you need to do. So now let me save it and let me go to the schema, and here I'm going to import that schema which we created now, user. Let it import user from /user, and I need to add it. So let's remove everything and let me add the user. So that will be added to your default schema over here. So now let's run the Sanity start. Let's start the Sanity again, and let's see how this schema is looking over there. Come on, it's compiling, and here we go. So let me click it. That will open this particular Sanity. It's loading and it's logged in. And here we go. You can see that particular schema over here. If I click this, and here if I click this, I can add a new document for that particular user. So here I just need to, let me type my name with tree, and I need to give a URL link. So I'll just give a link as with treeimage.com, https:// Okay, actually this is not a valid URL, but I'm just giving a dummy URL. So now once I click publish, you can see that this data is saved to your particular Sanity database. So look at that, how awesome it is. If you think about the MERN applications like MongoDB and all those things, think about that, how complicated to reach these steps so far. We just did it in a few minutes. Okay, so now let's create all the necessary schema which is required for this particular project. Let's go here and let me close this. And now we are going to create a new schema called pin. So let me create a new schema, because this is going to be a very big database, because this is the necessary thing which we are going to maintain all the details in it. So let's export it first. So export default and open it, and let's name this project as, name it as pin, and let's give a title for it, pin, and let's give a type for it. That's going to be the document, and let's give the fields, required fields for it. So fields, open it. It's an array. Inside this array we are going to create the multiple objects. So first it's going to be the title, what particular title you're going to give for that name. So if I open the, for better understanding, if I open this project over here, if I expand any particular post, or if I click here and look at that, it's having this image. We need the title, and we need to get the user detail, who posted that, and we need to give the, what is that pin is about, and the destination and the category. All these things we need to have. Okay, so let's go back, and first thing, as I said, we need to give the title, and then this title is for the that particular column name, title, and the type of that particular column, it's going to be string. Oops, not string, it's string. Okay, and then the next object is going to be name, and that is going to be about, and the title, that's going to be about in the caps lock, and the type is going to be string. Don't make any spelling mistake. Make sure double check every time whenever you finish typing. Okay, then I'm going to have the destination. So name is going to be destination, and the title for this is destination, and the type of this is going to be URL, because this is not going to be the string. So we are going to define directly as the URL itself, because Sanity will provide you, if it is a URL, use this particular type. Okay, so you don't need to keep it as a string. So use it as a URL itself. So next object, it's going to be category. On what category we are going to save that pin. So name of that column, it's going to be category, and title, it's going to be the same category, and the type, it's going to be string. And then after this, what we are going to save, we are going to save an image, which is really important. That's the hero of this particular pin. So name image is the name, and the title we are going to create as an image itself, and the type, it's going to be image. Okay, so type, it should be in a small case, image. For image, we have a data type like an image itself, so that you can use it directly. But when you're using an image, you need to specify a specific option. For instance, if I go here and if I choose options, open it, and you can give the options like hotspot, hotspot, hotspot as true. So now let's see what this hotspot it is. So let's say options, we make sure everything perfectly mentioned, options, hotspot, perfect. And now let's open up the Sanity documents one more time, and now let me search for hotspot. If I click this, and if you can click this image document, scroll down, you can see the options, and inside the options you can see this hotspot. So that enables the user interface for selecting what areas of an image to be kept or what areas of the image should be cropped. Okay, so this defines that particular thing. So hotspot makes impossible to responsibly adapt that image in a different aspects of the ratio at the display time. So we need to have this particular option, and there are lots of options also. You can go through it and you can have a fun with it. Now let's open up the document and go back here. Let's save the changes, and then we need to have the user informations also, who posted this information. So we need to fetch that information from the user.js. So what I'm going to do is, right, where is this column is closing, so this, it's closed over here, and here I'm going to create one more object, and I'm going to give a name as user ID, and the title I'm going to give it as user ID. Okay, and then type of this thing is going to be string. Okay, so after this, let me remove this empty space, and after here we are going to have one more thing. What is that? Is going to be posted by. Okay, so name and posted by, we need to have this posted by, and title posted by, to have to make sure who posted the details and all those things. Okay, so by this we will give the information, which information posted this, and using this we'll fetch that user information. And right after here we need to give the type. So Sanity itself, it's having a specific type called posted by, so we need to give the no, sorry, it's not a sanity type. We need to create a separate file. We need to create a separate schema to maintain all this posted by information. So we need to pass that as a type. So later I will create a new schema over here, and then now for time being I'm just passing that as a reference for the type. Okay, save the changes, and right after here, so we having if you go here, if I open any post, you can able to save this post. So a single user can save multiple posts. So we need to have an array to save that information. So here this is save, and the title it's going to be save, and the type it's going to be an array, because user can save multiple photos. So now we are going to give that as an array. When you're using an array, you need to specify array of what kind of array it is. It's going to be the type of save. Absolutely, we don't have save schema yet. We need to create that schema, and for time being I'm just passing it as a reference. Okay, so then at last but not least, it's, as I said, it's very big because this is a really important schema for our project. So name, it's going to be comment. We need to save the user comments also. So comment, and the title it's going to be comment, and the type this is also going to be the array, and array of what? Absolutely, type it's going to be comment, which we not yet created, so we need to create this file. So what are the file we need to create now? Posted by, save, and comment. So let's create everything first. So let me copy this posted by. So make sure you don't misspell it, otherwise better copy it and create it. Posted by.js, and let me go back and select this, right click, new file, save.js, and let me go back and copy this, comment.js. So let me go back to the posted by first, because we are going to create the posted by first. So let's export default, open it. So name of this posted by, it's going to be posted by, and then type of the thing is going to be not type, it's going to be title, I'm sorry, posted by. Then type it's going to be this. It's not going to be a string or anything. This is going to be a reference, because in the pin we are using the posted by as a reference only. Whenever we are referring to this particular title, it should refer always this posted by schema. So I'm just giving it as a reference. So don't misspell it, reference. Okay, cool. And reference of what? This, it should refer always like posted by whom posted it, user. So it should always refer the type user, and that should be inside. See, like this. Look at that, how awesome it is. It's just a plain grammar of English. You can refer, you can create a nice schema easily. Sanity did a heck of work, and that make a lot more easier for the developers like us. And now we can go back to the save.js, where we are going to save the information. So let's say save.js. This helps the user to save the post. So let's create it. Export default, open it. Name, it's going to be save. Title, it's going to be save, and the type it's going to be document. Document, document, document. And then now we need to give the fields. What are the informations you are going to save in this array? So fields, it's absolutely first one, it's going to by posted by, who posted it. So posted by, then title, posted by, then type, we need to pass the reference as a reference, so posted by. Save it. Now to fetch the user information, I need to maintain the user ID too. User ID, title is going to be user ID, and the type it's going to be string. Save the changes. So now our save pin it's ready. Next what we need to do is we need to finish the comment because we are saving the comments also. So click the comments and here let's export it. So export, oops, export default, open it, name it's going to be comment, and the title it's going to be comment, and that's going to be the capital letter comment, and type it's going to be a document, and let's say fields it's going to be an array of fields. Inside the array we are going to have a bunch of objects. Let's say name it's going to be posted by, who posted that comment, and the title it's going to be posted by, and the type it's going to be posted by. Save the changes, and let's say name it's the comment, what comment it is, and the title it's going to be comment, and the type it's going to be string. It's done now. So now we are done everything. So we created the comment, pin, posted by, save, and the user. So let's bring it up and add in everything to our schema.js. So let me close everything, keep it clean, and here I'm going to import everything one by one. First let me import the we already done the user. Then let's import the pin now. Import pin from dot slash pin, and let's say import comment from dot slash comment, and let's say import posted by from dot slash posted by, and let's say import, oops, import, there is some mistake, yeah, import and save from dot slash save. Save the changes, and let's give it over here. So first it's going to be pin, and then it's going to be comment, and then it's going to be posted by, and then it's going to be the save. Let's add everything. So now our schema, everything is ready. Let's see how it's looking. So it's already compiled and ready to roll. Let's go here and go to the Sanity. Let's refresh it. It's connected to the server and it's loading. Look at that. We're having the pin, comment, and save. It's having all these informations over here. So if I go to the pin, if I click here, so look at here. So it's having all the informations, everything over here, title, about, destination, category, and you can drag and drop the image, or if you click it, You can paste the image to, or if you click upload, you can upload an image, select a file, and here this is the user ID. So let's say from where you can get the user ID, I'll show you now. And look at that, here we can see that posted by, for instance, here I can search the user. So if I search for Vetri, and that will gives me the user detail which we already created in the user schema over here. That's the reference what I'm talking about. And currently now we don't have any post to save, and we don't have any comment to save. Actually, I misspelled the name for save, I think so. So let's change that in a while. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the new post, new title. Let's say first sample post about we are testing it, and the destination, let's say um, code with vetri.web.app, and that should have https://www dot code with vetri.web app. It's having some default um, validations and all those things. You should send a proper validations. And let's say we are giving the category as web developer. And image, we need an image, so let's click upload, and let me choose what I can choose. Okay, I'll choose this. So that will upload that image into our Sanity, and now it will load that image over here. Look at that, it's loaded that image. And then user ID, now we need the user ID. So where you can get the user ID is go to your user and click here, and here you can click this setting option, more option, click it and inspect the element, and here you can get the user ID over here. This is the user ID. I think this is looking different now. So let me copy this, copy it, and let me go back to my pin, expand it again. I will give that user ID over here, and then posted by, let's say let me type okay, this is the user who posted that, and we don't need to have the save or comment anything, nothing, we'll later worry about it. And if I click publish, this post will be published. Okay, so it's published. So we have a mild mistake over here because the title is wrong. So let me go back to the save, and where I am giving here, I'm having save properly only. Then what, where I mistake it, I think in the pin. Look at that, we made a mistake over here. Save the changes. So that will be compiled and it will be fine now, I think so. Let's go and check. Yep, it's fine. So we successfully created all the important things for our backend. So now we don't need to worry about the backend. So all we have to focus on the front end. Okay then, now let's stop this Sanity. Let me stop it. Press Ctrl C to stop it. Now it's stopped, and open up your browser and open your Google search engine and search for Tailwind CSS with React. And you can see Tailwind provide a nice documentation to configure your Tailwind CSS with your React application. Just we need to follow these steps. So let me open my Visual Studio Code, clear it, and let me re-navigate to my front end. Make sure that you moved to your front end folder. Don't create the project exactly in your backend itself, then the entire thing will be messed up. So navigate to your front end folder. Now we are in the front end folder, and let me open the browser. Just we need to run this command npx create react app, and this is your project name. So let me show you, just follow here. So npx create React app. I'm not going to give a project name. I'm not going to create another folder inside this front-end folder. I need to drop all the files exactly inside this folder. So dot slash, that will create all the necessary files inside this front-end folder itself. Okay, so now we should be good to go. If I press enter, now this might take a while, and you guys please wait until it gets done. So let's wait. Okay, then now our project is successfully created. Now what we need to do is open up your browser again. We need to run this command now. So this is the post CSS. We need to install the Tailwind CSS for inside our project first, and it will install along with post CSS and auto prefixer, which comes along with your Tailwind. So let's install both of that. I think I copied it. Nope. Let me copy it and let me paste it over here. So install that package. That will be installed in a second. Next, what we need to do is we need to run this command to create the post.config.js and tailwind.config.js. This will initialize your Tailwind, and let us open it. Currently, we don't have that configuration files. If I run this command, you can notice that we having these post.config.js and along with tailwind.config.js. Okay, then let's move on. So we need to copy this content inside our tailwind.config.js. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste all the necessary components and contents what we needed for this particular front end. I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to copy and paste all the content for this particular course. This is nothing. It's just, let me copy it and paste it over here. You can see that these are all the necessary colors, size, and all those things. In later in this course, I will copy and paste few codes which is just like this, and apart from that, all the main important thing I will explain briefly. We don't need to waste our time instead of typing all this. You can copy it from the description below. I given this code in the description. You can copy it and paste it in your tailwind.config.js. So let me save it and let's go to your browser, and we need to paste this inside our index.js. So what I'm going to do is inside the inside the source we having bunch of files, so we don't need anything. So let me delete it, and let's create a new folder inside your front end. Right click your front end and create a source folder. Inside the source folder we need to create the index.js and index.css. So let's create two files, index.js. Along with that, we need to create index.css. So open your index.js file. Let me close all these things. We'll keep it clean. Okay, in index.js, run RAFCE. So this is nothing but it's like a ES7 code snippet which helps you to run your React project much faster, which helps you to code much faster. So if you don't have this plugin, no worries, go to your extension and search for ES7 React snippet. Okay, so you can find this first one, ES7 React snippet, and for React Native snippets, which is really helpful if you are working with React projects. So let's create run RAFC. That will create an arrow function component for our React component. So let me index. So what we need to do is for this we will type everything, and I will explain everything what we are going to type inside this index.js. Okay, so now right now we don't need to use that snippet because I'm going to explain line by line code what we are going to do inside this. Okay, so before start using this, we need to install certain plugins. So what are the plugins? What are the packages we need to install? Let me show you over here. First, let me clear the screen. And here, let's run npm install at sanity slash client. Don't misspell it. Npm install at sanity client and at sanity slash image URL. This is to create the image URL for our every single pin, and at sanity client it's to access our sanity inside our front end. And then we need to install the package react google slash login. React google slash login. This is to have to create a login using our Google Gmail account. Then react icons, then react loader slash spinner, react and masonry css. So this is nothing but masonry css, which creates this nice grid layout for our front end. That's the package we are using for that react masonry, for to create a nice grid layout for our front end. Then we need to have react router DOM. So we are using the latest package, so you don't need to worry about, and I'm going to explain everything how to use the react router DOM to navigate inside our front end application. Then we are going to use this UID, unique identifier, which helps you to create a unique ID source. By using this, we are going to generate a unique ID. This is the best package I found ever in the npm. So let's verify it one more time. Sanity client, sanity image URL, react google login, react icons, react loader spin, and masonry css, router dom, UUID. We are good to go. So press enter. So that will install all those necessary packages to our project. So this will take a while or a minute. So let's wait until it gets done. So it's loading. Come on. Okay, it's going to get done. Here we go. So now it's successfully completed. If you open your package.json, you can see all the packages, whatever we installed over here in the dependencies section. And look at that. We successfully installed all the necessary packages, whatever we needed for this particular project. So let's close this thing, and let me close this. And now let's start working on our index.js. So we need to import React from React. Then we need to import the React DOM, where we are going to mount our complete React application. So React DOM, not from React. We need to import the React DOM from, make sure it's in a capital, React DOM. So React DOM from a React DOM. Then we need to import the index.css /index.css. Then we need to import few packages from React router DOM. We need to import few functionalities. So browser router as router, because we can't use that very big name, so we are going to use it as a small name, router. Then absolutely we need to import app, which we not yet created, so we need to create the app for it. So here we need to import it from /app. After this, let's use React DOM dot render. We need to render it, and inside here we need to use that router. So previously, the previous version of this React router DOM, we used the switch to route, create all the routes, but now we are having the router. The switch was converted to the router. So now we are setting our main app inside the router, so later we don't need to worry about it. So I'm going to use the our main app inside it. So far we not yet created this app, so we need to create that app now. So right click your source and create app.js. So inside this app.js, so what we are going to have, we are going to create all the necessary things. So let's say RAFCE, RAFCE. So that will create the arrow function for our app.js. So after here, now what I need to do is I need to import few important packages. So what we needed for our project. So import, I need to import the routes from the React router DOM. Then I need to import the route, and I need to use navigate. Later I'll show you why we are using this use navigate. I'll show you, because we are going to force the user to log in. If they don't log in, we are not allowed to user to access our home page. So that's why for the navigation purpose we are using this hook. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to create few more components inside our source folder. So let's create that. So I'm going to create two important folder in the source folder. So you need to make sure everything inside the source folder, otherwise it will throw a warning. So let me create inside the source folder a new folder, and I'm going to name it as containers. Container. What happened? Spelling mistake. Container. Okay, so container, and I'm going to create a new folder called components. Okay, so both basically components and container both are same. Container, we can say a very big component we can keep it inside the container, and small components we can keep it in the components folder. That's why we are having it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a home.jsx home.jsx inside the container folder, because absolutely home is a very big file. So RAFCE, and for time being now I'm just going to type home, and inside the app.js, next what we need to do is we need to create a new component called login. So let's create a component inside the components folder. I'm going to create login.jsx, and let's say RAFCE, and for the time being we'll type it as login. Save the changes, and now inside the app.js let's create all those things. So let me delete this, and I'm going to use the routes. So routes, inside this routes we are going to have a route is a self-closing tag. Okay, so we need to give a path. What is the path? The path is going to be login. So login, if the path is coming through login, load this particular element. What is the element we are going to load? Element is nothing but you need to give that component, which component you need to load. If you are getting this login in the URL path, load this particular component login, and you can see that VS Code IntelliSense, it's automatically imported that particular component path. So actually we need to import it, but IntelliSense it's imported that path for us. So let me separate it, our local path. Okay, now I need to create one more route. It's a self-closing tag, and path. Apart from that login path, if I'm getting anything /star, navigate all the path to the home component, and make sure that home component is also imported. So our login, it's loaded from components, and home, it's loaded from container. So we are so far done. Let's save all these files and let's see whether it's up and running fine or not. So make sure that you are inside the front end folder and run this command npm run start. Hit enter, so that will start our development server. Let's wait, it's loading. So it's starting the development server. So it's loaded, it's firing up our React project in the local 3000. So now if I type slash login, so we having some issues in our file. Let's see what is that issues. Inspect element. We having, what is that? Target container is not a DOM element. Why this error is coming up? Okay, we'll see. Let's go and check our index.js. Yeah, actually, we forget a very important line to add. Actually, we given that app, which app should be loaded, but we didn't mention where to mount this particular app. So you need to mount this app inside the, if you open the public.html public folder inside the index.html, we having this root ID. So we need to mount that entire application inside this particular root ID. So we need to instruct our app.index.js to mount this particular app in that root. So after add a comma after your router, and then document dot get element by ID, and open it and give that ID name root. Now if I go and check my project, you can see here we having that login link. That means if the URL is slash login, it will navigate to our login component. If it is nothing, that will takes us to the home component. So we successfully created our navigation routes. Okay, then now let's start building the login screen. So let me navigate to the login. So login. So now this login, it's looking like this. So now let's build the necessary login informations what we need to add to our login component. So let me minimize it, minimize this, and I'm having this assets folder. So inside the assets folder, we're having this favicon and the logo what we need to use for the login screen and for our main screen, and the background video, and the all the necessary files which is needed for this front-end project. I'll drop this link in the description box, so you can click that link and download this assets folder if you wish to use the same assets folder. So let me bring this thing into my project. Where is it? Bring it and keep it inside the source folder. So now we have all our assets folder. So let me navigate to my login screen. So I don't need the index.js anymore. I don't need the index.html. I don't need the app.js also. So let me keep the home screen over here. Okay, now login screen. Okay, so inside the login screen, first let's import all the necessary things what we need to have inside the login. So first import Google login from React Google login, because we need Google login. So we are going to log in through the Gmail account only. So we need that, and import use navigate. Wait a second. So we'll add the React router DOM. From the React router DOM, we need to add the use navigate. Why it's not showing use navigate? Oops, I added the wrong package. React router DOM. Okay, use navigate from React router DOM, and after this, and I'm going to import an icon. So you can access the React icons everything from, so we don't need the tail in CSS. So React icons. So this is their website where you can access all the different icons which is available from here. So if I click font awesome, you just need to import it, this one, for your project, and you can find all these icons over here. You can use all these icons inside. search it, and you can use it if you wish to use different icons. So for the time being, I'm just going to type the icons which I going to use for my project. So FC Google from React icons slash FC. I need this icons FC Google. So save the changes, and I'm going to import my assets folder. I need to import this video, and I need to import a logo. So import watch video from dot slash assets. This is like I'm just giving a name, reasonable name. You can use whatever name you want to give for your video file. So assets, from the assets folder, I'm going to access. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click it, rename it, copy everything, Control A and Control C, and I'll paste it over here. So because we don't want any unnecessary problems. Then import logo from dot slash assets slash image. No, not images. So we having directly over here itself. So what is that image we need? Okay, I'm having two different logos, white and someone is in the color in a dark mode. So I need the white logo. So right click this and rename it, Control A and Control C. Let me paste it over here. So save the changes, and we are good to go. So we imported the necessary files, all we need to add to our login screen. So now let's write the CSS for our login screen. Okay, so let me add the class name. So we are using Tailwind CSS, so you need to install this extension, which is really help you when you're the running the project with Tailwind CSS. Search for Tailwind CSS. This is that plugin I'm using. So go ahead and install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which really helps you. Why? Because if I'm typing the class, that will shows you all the CSS utility classes as a suggestion. So go ahead and install it. So flex, and then justify start items center, and flex column, and hatch screen height. It should take the complete screen. So if you're not sure about these classes, it's really simple. So let me show you. Open up your browser and search for Tailwind CSS and go to their documents. So it's loading, so click docs. I think my internet is pretty slow now. Okay, so here in the documents you just need to search. So click this search and search for flex. So if you search for flex, they explain everything briefly and more detailedly. So just go ahead and go through this one by one, and all the components, whatever, or all the utility classes, whatever we are using over here, search it and go through that document completely. That's really useful. Okay, so we done with the first class. Then what we need to do is inside this div, I'm going to create one more div. So div class name, and that class name is going to be relative. This is going to be the relative class, and it should use the width full, height full. That means height 100%. Okay, and now what we need to load is we need to load the video. So this we are loading the login video. So here I'm going to use the video tag to load our video. Okay, and I'm going to keep that video as a self-closing tag. Okay, inside this video tag we are going to pass certain things. So source, first we need to pass the source. Source is going to be the watch video which I already imported. Then I need to give the type of that particular video. That is going to be video slash mp4. Then it should repeat continuously loop, and then controls equals false. We don't need to see any controls like play, pause, and all those things, and it should be muted. I don't want to hear any sound, and it should autoplay. It should autoplay. And class name, what we are going to do, width full, height full, and object, it should cover the entire screen. If I save the changes, and if we go to our React project, open up your browser, and you can see it's full, it's up and running over here. Okay, so but still, what's the problem is we're having this some unwanted spaces over here, so now we need to remove it. So you can remove it by just go to your open up your index.css, and we need to check what are the things we're having inside the index.css. Let's go to the index.css, where it is. Here it is, index.css. Oh, it's already opened. Okay, so we need to add some utility classes from the Tailwind CSS. We not yet added that, so go ahead and let's add that utility classes. So let's go ahead and go to the and search for React app with Tailwind CSS, because I told you we need to copy that utility classes, but at the time we failed to copy it. So let me copy it and let me paste it over here, save the changes, and we need to add few more things. For the body tag, we are adding the font family, Lato, and as a backup, we are adding the sans serif, and scroll behavior, it should be smooth. Okay, and I'm going to remove for the body tag, if I don't need the scroll bar. If you wish, you can keep the scroll bar, but I don't want to see that scroll bar, so I'm going to make it display none. Then I'm going to create one more class as a hide scroll bar, because internally interior component or a division, it's we are going to use some overflow, so that also scroll bar will come. So for that we need to remove it. So scroll bar, I'm creating a separate class for it, so that I'm going to remove scroll bar, and then WebKit scroll bar display none. So now we are good to go, and let's go ahead and check. Now we can see that our complete app, its video is up and running perfectly. There is no unwanted spaces, and there is no scroll bar for our index dot or our app component over there, because we failed to add this line. That's why it's we having that unwanted spaces over there. So now let's go back to the login.jsx. So our video is up and running, but you can see that our video, it's too bright, right? See, it's too we need to reduce its brightness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more layer above it. So right after your div, here we are going to create overlay effect for the video. So let's create one division, and inside the division I'm going to have a class name, and that is going to be the absolute position above that video. So flex, inside everything it's going to be flex, and inside this overlay, this is going to cover the entire screen, and whatever which is inside this overlay, it should be in the center of the screen. So flex, and it should be flex column, and justify the content in the center, and the items also in the arrange the items also center, and this should be top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0, and I'm going to give the color as BG overlay, black overlay. If I save it, you can see that now it's having the nice overlay effect. So now inside this division, we are going to add inside this division, we are going to add some necessary files for our login content. So this is the login content we are going to add. Inside this login content, let's go and see our base project. So let me log it out, log out, and look at here. We having this logo, and we having this sign in button over here. So we need to do that now. So let me go to our React app. Let me close these things, close it, and close this. We'll keep it. So this is our project. And now we need to add the logo first. So let's add the logo. So for adding the logo, I'm going to create one more division, and inside this division I'm going to add the image. So by the time we imported the logo, so let me import that logo inside it, save it, and give an alternative name for it. This is our logo. Save it, and here we go. We're having our logo over here, but this is too big. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to add the styles manually over here. I like width is equals 180 pixels. Save the changes and look at that. So our logo, it's perfectly fit over there. And for this division, I'm going to add class name padding 5. Okay, so that's perfect. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the login button. Okay, so let me create one more division, and then this division is going to have a shadow of 2xl. So we are going to add a shadow for this. Inside this division, we are going to use the Google login. So we need to use the Google login component. So Google login, it's a self-closing component. Open it. Okay, and make sure that the name, everything is spelled correct. And first we need to give the client ID. I'll show you how to get this client ID. For the time being, I'm just leaving it as an empty. Then I need to render a component. Inside this, we are going to render it, and I'm going to give the render props, and I'm going to open it function. This is not a function, so we are going to render a component, so make sure you're using a normal parenthesis. Don't use the curly brackets. So we make sure that you're using the normal parenthesis. Okay, inside this, first what we are going to do, we are going to render a button. So button, let me open button, close it, and this button is going to have certain things. First we need to give the type, it's going to be the button. Then I'm going to give the class name. The class name of this button, it's going to be bg main color. It's going to use the background color as the main color. Then it's going to be use the flex, and it should be justify center and absolutely items center, and it's going to have padding 2 in all sides, both x and y axis, and rounded large. We are going to make a, we need to reduce the sharp edge, so rounded large, and cursor pointer and outline none. Save the changes. Don't worry, it will show some error. We'll finish it, then we will rectify it. So currently you can't see anything, just this thing, because inside that button we don't have anything. So right after here, what I need to do is I need to add um I need to add on click on click. So render props dot on click. Okay, whenever we are clicking it, we are calling this render props. Inside it, it's having this on click event, and we are calling that particular on click event, and disabled. So if anything is going sideways, we need to disable this button. That's why render props dot disabled. Okay, so now inside this button, inside this particular button, we are going to show the icon what we already added, FC Google, and we are going to display the text as sign in with Google. So I'm going to pass a class for it, mr margin right 4. That means margin right 16 pixels, because we need some space between this button and the text. Save the changes, and now we need to pass a few more things for your Google. So right after here, we need to pass on success. On success, what we need to do on success, I'm just going to create a function response Google. Let me copy it and paste it on. If there is any failure, on failure, on failure, we need to pass call the same function. Okay, and then we need to give the cookie policy. Cookie policy, it's going to be single host host origin. So make sure that you give it, because this to without we don't want to get an origin error. That's why we are giving cookie policy as the single host origin. Make sure that it's not spelled any misspelled error. We don't want anything any problem, so make sure that you spelled properly. Single host origin. Save the changes. And now let's go and check. We are getting error, but look at that, we're having that nice button over here. What is that error? We are getting the error as response Google, because absolutely we not yet created this function. So let's scroll up and then we'll create this function now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function right after here as const, paste that function name and open a function arrow function, and this going to take a parameter as a response. Okay, I'm going to create a parameter because whenever if it is a success, this Google will return a promise, whether that's your ID, and that will be saved over here. Save the changes for the time being, and look at that, how awesome it is. We successfully created our login screen. Okay then, so now what we need to do is we keep this client ID as an empty, because without the Google client ID you can't access your Gmail account. Because now let me go here and let me open the console window. If I click the console, you can see it's showing some uncaught promise error. If I click this, nothing will happen because it's not working. This Google API, it's not working fine, because we need to create the client ID. So open a new tab and log into console.cloud.google.com. I drop this link in the description box. Go ahead and click that. So that will takes you to the Google Cloud platform where we are going to create our client ID. So this is the Google Cloud platform, and make sure that you logged in with your account. And if you click over here, that will gives you the projects which you already created. I already created a few projects for my website, and this is the which I created for this particular demo project for this app. Now we are going to create a new project. So click this new project. Okay, so here you need to type your project name. So it's showing you having remaining 13 projects, so there are certain limitations for the creating the ID for your this particular Gmail account. So now let me create as watch me underscore YouTube. Okay, so there is no organization, so let me create this project. It's showing the name has an invalid character. Okay, so let me delete this underscore. So let me create. Okay, so that's creating my project now. So this will be created in a few minutes, so please wait until it's get done. So now my project is created. Now you need to change your project, so click here and switch to your current project. So click this link, so that will load that particular project. So now we are in the project which we created. So after this, what we need to do is expand this command, this navigation screen, and go to the API and services, click it. And in the API and services, what we need to do is we need to over here. So what we need to do next is we need to, one second, let me open it. And after here, we are navigated to the API services, and let's click this. Nope, not that one. So after that, what we need to do is, and here in the left side, we're having this credentials and all those things. So first we need to click the credentials. So click the credentials. And here what we need to do is we need to create a new credential. Currently it doesn't having any credentials over here. So click the credentials and you can find this auth client ID. So click it. We are going to create an auth client ID. So click it, and what it's showing, to create auth client ID you must be configure your consent screen. So configure consent screen, click it. Okay, so here now it's going for auth consent screen because we need to create a credential. So this screen need to be created. We are not going to use the internal applications. We are going to use the external applications. We are going to use the application in our React.js. So that's an external app. So create external and create. And here you need to give the app name. What is the app for what particular app you are going to create? So I'm just going to create Watch Me YouTube. Okay, so after this I'm not going to give anything over here. App domain, nope, not yet. And here you need to give your email address. So I'm just going to type my own email address. So retrieval.galaxy@gmail.com. So hit the save and continue. Same, use that same, use the support email. It's showing error, so let's select that, save and continue. Okay, and here we don't need to add anything else, so let me click save and continue. And for the currently I'm not going to use any test users. Click save and continue and click the back to dashboard. So now our consent screen is created. Now click back the credentials. It's loading, and click create new auth client ID. And here it's showing the application type, what particular application type, web application. Okay, and then what we need to do is we need to authorize our local host. So let me copy this local host link, this one, localhost 3000, and here in the authorized JavaScript origins, click add URI and click and paste it over here. So click create, and that will create that particular permissions to use that app, your Gmail, in that particular login URL. Later we need to update it, and this is your client ID. So let me copy it and go to your project, and we are going to create an environment variable .env because we need to protect our client ID and all the security information for our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click in the front end application and create .env. Press enter, and here I'm going to create React app Google token. This is just a name what we are creating. So paste that client ID over here, save the changes, and now we need to use this inside our login. So where we need to use it? We need to use it inside this particular place, client ID. We need to alter the client ID now. So let me delete this double quotes, open the dynamic block content, and then type process dot env dot, make sure that's spelled correct, process dot env, and copy this and paste it over here. So now this will access our token which we created in the environment variables in a secured mode, and this will return a promise. So when you're clicking that, it will call this function, and let me simply console.log that response, save the changes, and let me go here and refresh it. Let me open the console inspect element, open the console, clear the screen, refresh it. Okay, so still it's showing missing parameter client ID. Why? We already given it. Okay, so let's see what happens. So if I click this, thing is happens. Oh, okay, I forgot about it because we created the environment variable. So whatever this environment variable, it's need to take changes. So let me stop the server. Let's stop it and rerun it, because that's need, then only the server will take a reaction for our environment variables what we created. Okay, so our server now it started, it's loading the home screen. Let me go back to the login. Here we go. Let me inspect the element, go to console. Currently there is no issues in the console. Now if I click this sign in, that will pop up the sign in screen. And look at that, and it's showing me that Gmail account. Let me use my Gmail account. So click it, and now it will log in me to that particular using that Gmail account, and it's returning this promises. Inside this promise you can see that we having this profile object, we having the email, family name, and then the Google ID, image URL, name. So we need all this Google ID, image URL, and the name. We need to get all these informations. So let me go to the login again, and inside this function, I don't need this anymore, so let me close that one. After this, what I need to do is I need to fetch the I need to store all these user informations what we created into our local storage. So maximum for single application browser local storage will provide you 5 MB. So we are going to use the user info in the local browser storage, so that we can access that user info anywhere from the any component whenever we need it from the local storage. So maximum it will provide you 5 MB per app. For single application it will provide you 5 MB for memory storage for that particular application. So let's store that information. So local storage dot set item. So we are going to set the item as user, so whenever we need to access we can access it as a user. Then I'm going to save it as a JSON dot string. I'm going using the JSON string, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this particular object. So let me copy it and paste it here, response dot profile obj, and after this, okay, so let me console it now. We will make sure that it's working fine. Console.log response dot profile obj, save the changes, and let me close it. If I click again, that will pop ups, and this time it will directly text me in, and look at that, we're having all the response what we needed. Cool. Now let's go back here and remove this console log, and after this I'm going to get that response obj over here. So instead of using that, what is the information we needed it? We need only the image URL, Google ID, and the name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure it. I need the name from that. So make sure that it's perfect, and then copy this image URL, paste it, and we need Google ID. So we don't need to misspell it. So Google ID, from where we are going to destructure it from profile obj, and we are storing in these necessary variables. So instead of keeping all this storage in all these user informations in the local storage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it. I'm going to once the user successfully logged in, it will be stored in the local storage, and I'm going to get it from there, and I'm going to push that detail to our Sanity, because we need to maintain our users details in our database too. So this is, it's going to saving the user details in the Sanity. To use the Sanity inside our front end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file in our root directory called client. To access our, we need to access our user details, right? So I'm going to access it. So right click, and not in the, yeah, absolutely in the source, right click, and client.js, create that file. Inside this file I'm going to create a connection to our Sanity to store our details into the Sanity client. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the client.js, and I'm going to import certain packages like Sanity client from at Sanity client. Save the changes. Then we are going to import image URL builder. So this package which helps you to create a URL that for our image, whatever we are uploading in the Sanity, we need to create a CDN link for our image. Then I'm going to create an export default client object equals Sanity client. Open it, and we are going to pass a bunch of object into it. First one, we need to pass the project ID. We need to pass the project ID. I'll show you where you can get the project ID. For the time being, I'm just keeping it at empty. And the dataset, we are going to use the dataset as the production dataset. Make sure that's spelled correct. And API version. What API version we are going to use? That's you can give any random number, but I'm going to give to the number like 25 slash 0 25 01 2022. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use CDN. We need to make sure true, then only we can build the URL for our image. And then we need the token, access token for our Sanity client. So let's go on and get our Sanity project ID and token. So open up your terminal and create a new terminal. Okay, I'm just going to, okay, wait a second, let me split this, so that will create a new terminal over here. So now what I need to do is, let me keep it side by side like this. So this is our front end, and now let me go to the backend, CLS cd backend, and then run the command sanity start. It should be like sanity manage. Sanity manage. If I press enter, okay, so that will open the browser, and you can see that it's opening the browser right now. And using that, now you can see your project ID, it's over here. So click this and then go to your env environment variable where we are keeping here. So here, right after here, so let's create React app sanity project ID equals, paste it. This is my project ID because I need to maintain its safety. That's why I'm keeping it over here. Then I need to create an API token. So go to API, and if you scroll down, you can see here we need to add the cross origin. We need to allow, because if you are accessing that API, you need to allow your URL. So copy this local URL and paste it in your add cross origin. Paste it and allow all credentials. Make sure you allowed it and click save. Now our browser is your URL is added, and now we need to create the API token. So click API token. Okay, so let's say React token, give a name for it. Let me use the small letter itself, React token, or hyphen React token. Then here I'm going to give all the access, read, write, for all the data sets what we are having inside this project. So click save. So that will create the token. Copy this token and paste it in our React app sanity token equals, paste it and save it. So now we need to give this files inside our client.css, so client.js. So project ID, in the project ID, what I'm going to do, process.env dot, I'm going to access this particular project ID and paste it over here. And let me copy it and paste it one more time for the token. Instead of token project ID, I'm going to give the token. And then after this, now what we need to do is we need to create an image URL, right? We need to create an image URL because we need to access our images, everything through the CDN links. So const builder, it's equals image image URL builder, and I'm going to pass that client into it. Save the changes. So if you are thinking about like how from where these things are coming, so this is nothing but you can, if you check the Sanity docs, so let me, where it is, if I run the Sanity docs, you can check it in the Sanity docs itself. Sanity docs, you can search for image CDN. So assets CDN, not this one, where I can find images, asset CDN, images, assets, presenting images, URL builder, and here we go. You can see that you can find the how to configure the images and all those things. Everything is given over here. I'm just following this documentation. So take your time. If you're a new user using a new tech, so I really recommend to go through their documentation first. Okay, so go through it and read all these line and what they are doing and everything. Okay, so now let's go back to our project. Let me close it over here. And right after here, I'm going to export that URL, or because we need to export that URL back. So equals source builder. We created that builder dot image source, whatever the image source you're having, return it back and keep it in the URL for, and I'm going to access it whenever I needed it. So now our client is ready. So now let's go back to the login.jsx, and after here I'm going to create the doc const doc is equals open the doc. As I said, everything is the document in the Sanity. We created the user document over there. So inside that, it's going to have an ID colon underscore ID colon. I'm going to pass that ID as the Google ID which we created. Then underscore type. Type is nothing but on which particular document you are going to save, like we having user pin and all those things. In that, what particular type, what particular document type you are going to save. I'm going to save it in the user document. Then inside that, I'm having the username. If you go to your backend and open your schema, user schema, we created this name over here. Copy it and paste it. Okay, then for the username, I'm going to pass the name which I get from the Gmail, and for the image, I'm having the image over here. Where is that? User name is the image, and I'm going to give that image over here, and for the image I'm just passing the image URL. Save the changes. Okay, now we successfully created that document, and what we need to do is we need to save this to our Sanity. So for that, we created the file called client. So let's import that first. So import client, that will be imported from the client JS file. Then I'll create client dot create if not exist, because we need to create that particular thing only if not exist, otherwise we don't need to create again and again and again. So let me pass that document that will return a promise dot then. Okay, and open the function. If everything is saved successfully, what I need to do, I'm going to navigate that user to our home screen. So what we need to do is we are going to use this use navigate hook. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a variable called const navigate equals use navigate hook. Okay, and in that object, using that object navigate, I'm going to pass send that navigate that user to this particular home directory slash, and replace that URL. Replace, it's going to be true. Replace the login URL to slash. So that will take us to our home component. So let's verify everything is up and running now. Let's go here, and before that we need to make sure client is not defined. Why we imported the client, right? Save the changes. Why still it's showing like that? Oh, okay, because we changed the environment variables, right? So stop it and rerun the server npm start, and we are saving the details to the client also. So you need to start your sanity client sanity also. So start the sanity sanity start your sanity server also, because we need to save your details into the sanity. So why it's showing like client is not defined? I already defined the client, but what's the problem with the client? Oops, it's an object, so it should be inside curly brackets. So sorry, my bad, that should be inside the curly brackets. Still it's showing that same thing. Why? Export client what's not found. Why it's showing like that? Let's go to the client.js. uh oh, my bad. Const, it should be not default, it's supposed to be a const. It's a constant variable. That's the mistake, my bad. Auto correction, sorry guys. Okay, so here it's showing, it's throwing another one error. Use navigate is never used. Why? We already used it. Okay, it's just a warning. So let's go to our React application slash login. It's showing an error. That is some mistake in our code. What we missed? Did we missed something? We imported the client. That's working fine. Client. And then where we created the use navigate, we created the use navigate, use navigate. It's running fine. And then what is the mistake we created? Is a navigate URL only? Yeah, navigate only. That's what we are using. No problem in that. That's still why it's still showing this error. Let's open the console. Let's verify what is the mistake it's showing. Open the console. It's showing invalid API version. Oops, we given an invalid API version in the client. So go to the login and go to the client. What is that error it's showing? Year, it should be year, month and date. So we made a mistake over there. Oops. Okay, mistakes happens, so we can correct it, learn from mistakes. So 2022 minus 01 month and date, it's going to be 25. Save the changes. Now look at that, our login screen is successfully loaded. So now let's click sign in. It's pop up and it's navigating. If everything is working fine, it should navigate to our home screen. Look at that, it successfully navigated to the home screen. And let's go and verify whether it saved every details in the sanity or not. So where is the sanity IO? Or did I close it? Oh my god, I think I closed that one. Okay, so let me close this one, and then I close this one too. So now let me open my sanity manage. So let me open it. So keep this open, guys. From now onwards, we need to constantly check all these informations. Oh, not this one. Where it is? Oh, let me close this one also. Where is the terminal? And click this URL that will takes us to the sanity. If I go to the user, so look at that, we already created the dummy detail with tree, and this is the URL which is coming from your Gmail we successfully saved, and for this particular purpose only we created that CDN image URL builder. So this, if you copy this URL and paste it in the browser, it will work fine. You can access this fine, access that URL. So we get one URL from the Gmail and we converted it and we encrypted it a different thing. So that what's that image URL builder it's doing. So now our login screen is successfully working. We logged in successfully and it's navigated to the home screen. So from now what we need to do, we need to concentrate on our home screen. Okay, then now let's customize this home screen. So let me close this one and let me go open my Visual Studio Code and save these changes. Why it's showing save? Okay, saved it and close it. Okay, and now what we need to do is let me go to the, let me close everything. We don't need to worry about the login anymore. We don't need to worry about the client. Close this and close this, keep it clean. So open up your home.jsx. So now we are going to work in the home.jsx. So let me import few things what we are going to use it in the home component. So use state hook and use reference hook and use effect hook. These are the hooks we are going to use inside the use state. It's used to monitor the states, and reference, which helps you to fetch a particular component, particular ID from your component, and use effect, which helps you to re-render the entire things. Okay, and then we need to import few more things. Import link, not oops, not this bracket. Import link, comma route, comma routes from React router DOM. Save the changes. So make sure they are spelled correct. Link, route, and routes all are perfect. Then what we need to do is I'm going to import the icon. So import from React icons slash IO file ionicons. So from here I'm going to use IO close circle. Then actually this is not necessary over here, so let me delete it. I'll show you when we need the icon, we'll import it at the time. After that we need import client. We need to import the client from double dot slash client. We need to have the client to access the user informations. Then what we need to access certain information. So first what we can do is we need to create over here. I need to create a state to monitor the user. So use state snippet. Okay, and type user, press your tab key. For the time being, this user, that state initially it's going to be null. Save the changes. Okay, so this will keep on monitor and all those things. Okay, and then next what we are going to do is I'm going to write these styles for my home container. So for this I'm going to add the class name. For the class name it's going to be the flex, and then it's going to be flex column, and then it's going to use the full height and transition height. Okay, then what we are going to do is we need to add the duration for it. Duration 75 and ease out, or not ease linear, ease out, ease out. And let me delete this one. We don't need this home anymore inside it. Inside this, next what we need to do is we need to add that another one more division, and we are going to add few more things like a class name, and that's going to use the padding bottom as 8 pixels. Then flex 1, it should use complete space whatever it's available, and it should use the hatch screen and overflow y scroll. then hide the scroll bar, because this is the class which we created in our index.css. Copy that class and feed it over here. Hide the scroll bar. Okay, and I need to create a reference, so we need to access this scroll bar. So ref is equals scroll ref, scroll reference. So we having the use reference hook. Using that, I'm going to create a reference for it. So what I'm going to do is, so let me create a scroll reference, and here I'm going to create that variable const scroll reference is equal use ref, open it, null. Initially it's going to be null because we are going to have a multiple pin or anything. If someone it's clicked, or if you click any pin, you navigate to the different place, if it comes back, it should instantly scroll back to the top of the page. That's why we are having this, we are going to do that. So what I'm going to do is, after this I'm going to use the use effect to do that. Use effect, open it, open this will takes two different parameters. First one is a function, then second one is the dependencies. You can pass the number of dependencies to monitor by using the use effect. Currently it's going to be the empty use effect. So here we are going to set the scroll. So what we are doing here, we are setting the scroll to the top of the page, top of the page. So if there is multiple pins or post anything, if you scroll down, if there is any make changes is happening in the URL, it will immediately takes back to the top of the page. That's why we are going to do. So access that scroll reference dot current dot scroll to 0, 0. Save the changes. Scroll to, T is the capital, so make sure that's in the capital letter. Save the changes so you don't see anything so far in your screen because nothing is there. Then what I'm going to do is, still we're not yet done with the home. Next what I need to do is, if everything is happening perfectly, I need to reroute it to different things. So I'm going to use the routes. Inside the routes, I'm going to pass it to a different route. What is the route it's going to be? And here I'm going to send a path, give a path, whatever slash star, whatever the path it's coming after this slash, pass that element. Okay, pass mount this particular element. We need to bring that particular element. What is that? We are going to bring the pin container which we not yet created. We need to create it, and inside this pin we need to pass that user as a prop, user which we created. Over here this state, we are passing this state, but still we didn't set any users which we already stored in the Sanity and as well as in the local storage. We need to access it and we need to pass it to the pin, and this is going to be a very big component, and that was why you need to create it inside the container folder. Right click, new file, and create pin.jsx. Save it and RAFCE, and for the time being we are going to save it as pin. Save everything. If everything is up and running fine, you should see that pin. So absolutely we not yet defined this pin over here, so it's showing error. So press Control space or Command space, you can see that showing that suggestion, and add, it will import that pin over there, and now it should problem solved. Look at that, it's navigated to that particular pin perfectly. Okay, so if any URL is coming, like after this, if I'm using search or something, that will takes me to this particular pin. Inside this I will access this URL inside that pin container. Okay, so far it's working fine. Now what I need to do, I'll open the pin container and we need to do all these settings for our pin container now. Okay, so but still this pin container, it's taking the user information. We not yet done that user information so far. So what we need to do is we need to fetch the user information. So what I'm going to do is, right after this scroll reference, I'm going to get the logged in user information. So here we are getting the logged in user info, okay, from the local storage. Okay, const user info is equals, so local storage dot get item of user. So you remember that we set the item by using the user in the browser, so I'm going to access it by using that same name. Okay, so if it contains this user, then, or if it's equals to undefined, we need to access it. If the local storage is, that means if it is nothing there, it will throws an undefined error, so we need to handle it. If it is not equals to undefined, only if it is not equals to undefined, then we are parsing it by using json dot parse, okay, local storage dot get item that user. We are parsing that user data into JSON. Then after this, if it is nothing there, I'm just going to clear the local storage dot clear. I'm going to clear the local storage. Okay, so this will work fine. So we are checking if it is undefined. If it is not undefined, get that data and parse it to a JSON by using JSON. Otherwise, clear that local storage. This is what we are going to do. Okay, so we need to set this to the we need to verify it whether this user is already in our Sanity or not. So we need to verify it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more use effect to monitor this use effect, create a function, and then create a dependency. Okay, so here inside here we are going to we need to access it. We need to access the Sanity over here. To access that Sanity, what we created the client. So we already imported that client over here. So okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a query to fetch the details from the um, Sanity client, because we need to write a query to fetch the user details. So what I'm going to do is inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called utils. So inside the utils folder, we are going to keep all the functions which going to support our component, all the utility functions. So let's create a new file. Inside this, I'm going to create that file as data.js. Okay, inside that utility for data.js, I'm going to later I'm going to add few things inside this. But for the time being, we are going to create a query to fetch the user. So user query, and then we need to export const. We need to export this. So export const user query equals, I'm going to pass an user ID into it when I'm calling it, and then because we're having the user ID in the local storage, we are going to pass it into it. Okay, so const, I'm going to write a query is equals, and template string, use the backtick, that's a template string. So star, so star means we are going to access every single document type. Okay, star square bracket underscore type, underscore type is equals, on what particular document type you're going to access. I'm going to access the user. Okay, user type, and and underscore id, that id, it should be equals to, it should be a string. Id should be enclosed into a string. Even though we are passing as a JSON string, we need to enclose it into a string. Dollar, open it and close it. User id, that's the parameter which we passed it. Save the changes. This is the query you need to write. Then return this query, return this query. So actually what we are doing is we are checking the user table and we are trying to fetch the detail which matching this user ID which we collected from the local storage. This is what we are doing over here. If you go through your Sanity docs, oops, I closed the Sanity docs, I think so. So let me go here and let me type Sanity docs. If you open the Sanity docs, you can find the querying functionalities, how you need to query language. it's using the grq. That means it's this one, grq, how the query everything is working. What is this graph relational object queries. It's using graph relational objects queries, so you can find how all these things are working over here in their documentation. So type is just the field which is referring to the document, and you can see here how they are accessing and all those things. It's just a simple grammatical grammar. So if it's just to create a simple query to access your Sanity. So go through this document for basic understanding and all those things. Here you can see joins and all those things over here. Later, we will going to write a complex query to fetch all the informations. So before that, go through all these things in this documentation itself. Okay, so now let's go back to our folder over here. So this, it's ready, we created it and we exported it. Let's go back to the home over here, and what we need to do is where's the home? Wait a second. So now what we need to do is I need to I need to create a query and I need to pass it to the client. So const query is equals, okay, so I'm having this user query from the utility function. So user query, so that will be inserted over here. See, it's imported user query from the utils. I'm going to pass this user info. From the inside the user info, we having the Google ID, Google underscore Google ID. Okay, so GOOLE I capital D. Use this conditional rendering. If there is data, then pass it. Otherwise, no. So that's why we are using this conditional rendering. Otherwise, it will throw an undefined error. We need to handle that one. That's why we are passing this and question mark over there. So we are passing it to the user query. That will returns the query over here. Okay, that will returns that it's, so this will returns a promise back. So if I console log it, console.log, if I log this query in the home screen, if I go back to the project and right click inspect element, go to the console. So here, look at that, we are fetching this ID and we are getting this particular query back. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to access the client. Okay, we need to fetch the details. So client, we are getting that query now, so we need to pass that query to the client. So client dot fetch, pass that query, and that will return a promise. Then we are getting it as a data. Okay, and then here if I console dot log that data, let's see what's happening. If I go back and right click inspect elements, go to console, we are getting on array object, and in look at that, we are getting that data who logged in are currently in this particular machine. It's returning that ID, type, updated at, created at, username, image. So we never created all these things. Sanity itself created all these variables so that you can use it for your purpose inside your front end for the later purpose. Okay, so now we are getting the data, and I need to set this data to the user. So set user as the data. Inside the data, what we are having, we having this array, zeroth array. So I'm just passing that zeroth array to our user variable. Then that this user information will be passed to the pin over here so that we can access the user data in the pin.jsx. Is it clear? I hope now it's clear how this everything is working. So now our user detail will be passed to the pin, and let's go back over the pin.jsx, and we need to do all the necessary things in the pin. Okay, then now let's start changing the pin container. Let's import all the necessary things what we need to be imported in the pin component. So I need use state hook. Let me import that use state hook, and after that we need import route from, absolutely we need the React router DOM. And let you guys please guess what we are going to import. We are going to import the routes. and we are going to import the route. These two important things. And after that, and inside this, okay, inside this component we need lots of sub components. Let me show you, let me check what we need in this, which we already having a project in our hand. What are the things we need to add? So we need this complete feed. This is the overall feed. We need that feed component, and we need this nice navigation bar. Then when I click any pin, that's opening this nice pin detail over here. So we need to have a pin detail. Then we need to create this create pin, and when I click search, we can search a complete thing. So it's re-rendering the entire component, so we need to have the search component. And when I click any user, that's opening the user profile details also. So we need to create all these necessary components. So let's go to our project folder, and inside the components I'm going to create all the necessary components. So let's create, first I'm going to create navbar.jsx. So RAFCE, for the time being it's going to as a nav bar. Save the changes. Then I'm going to create a new component inside it, that it's going to be feed.jsx and RAFCE, and inside here we are going to give feed. Save the changes. Then we need to create pin detail dot JSX. Inside here RAFCE, and type for the time being pin detail. Save the changes. Then inside here we need to create pin.jsx and RAFCE, type it as create pin for the time being. Then inside here we need to create search component.jsx, so RAFCE, and for the time being I'm just going to have search. Save the changes. And then at last but not least, you need to have user profile.jsx, RAFCE, user profile. Save the changes, and let me close everything. For right now we don't need all these things, so let me close it, close it, close it, close it. Okay, so now we need to import everything. So import navbar, import navbar from dot slash components slash navbar. So think about that. If you're constantly importing like this one, if like this, if you're having 6 to 7 components, more than 8 components, you need to import everything multiple times. So that makes your looks more clumsy. So what we can do is, I can create an index file over here, index.js, and I'm going to export all these custom components what we created so far. I'm going to export everything into that index.js, so that we can use it, you can import it in wherever we need it as a single, and in a single import statement we can import everything. Let me show you. So what we are going to do is, we are going to export uh, we are going to export by default as user profile. Export default, first what we are exporting, we are exporting the user profile from dot slash user profile. Save the changes, and I'm going to export it in the exact same name, copy it and paste it. Then we need to paste it few more time for login, for navbar, for feed, for pin detail, for create pin, and for search. So let's import everything. First here we are importing login, copy it and paste it over here. Then we are importing navbar, copy it and paste it over here. Then we are importing feed, so copy it and paste it over here. then pin detail, copy it, paste it over here. Then we need to create the pin, copy it, paste it over here. Then you need to create search, copy it, paste it over here. So this index, what, so in future, even if you're creating few more component, you just need to add it over here so that we can use it, we can import it by in a single line. So let's say what I'm going to do is I'm going to import it in it's like this: import navbar from the components, and we need to import the feed, not this one, feed. Then we need to import the pin detail. Then we need to import create pin and search and user profile. Look at that. We imported everything in just a single line. So if you like this trick, just hit the like, and if you're having any questions, just leave it in the comment box in the given below at the bottom of this video. Okay. And now what we need to do is we imported everything what we needed to have in our particular thing. Okay, so I need to export. I need to destructure the prop which we are passing into this link. So destructure it. If I go to the home over here, we are sending this user to the spin container. So we are destructuring it over here. Okay, and I'm going to create few state also. Okay, so what is the state I'm going to create? Const, I'm going to create a state called search term. Let's create it. So instead of typing it in this way, use this use state snippet and use it and create a search term and press your tab key. That will create the state. Initially it's going to be empty. Save the changes. So this search term is nothing but we are going to pass it to our navbar. We are going to pass this state to our navbar because we need to use this search term in all the component wherever the users, because this navbar will be visible everywhere. So that navbar will be visible everywhere. Whenever the user searches something, we need to go back to the feed immediately. Okay, for that purpose I need to access that thing in a main thing, in a main component. The spin is the main component, so I'm creating this state over here so that I can send this state wherever in which component I needed it. Okay, so initially the search this term it's going to be empty, and right after here close this. We are going to render a component inside it. So div, that div it's going to have a class name as padding x 2, that means 8 pixel in the left and right. Okay, and then in the medium devices, we are going to use the px as 5. Okay, in the medium devices, for the small devices to from the medium devices it's going to use 5. Okay, so div, inside this div I'm going to create one more div, that's a class name, and it's going to have a background color as the white color. Open it, and here now we are going to use the navbar component. So let me pass the navbar, let me create the navbar component. To this navbar component we are going to pass few props. Search term, props is nothing but the properties of your component. Search term, so I'm passing that search state inside it, and set search term, I'm passing that function also, set search term function into it, and after that I'm passing the user as well, equals user. Save the changes. Now you can see that navbar over here. So successfully the navbar is displaying, because inside the navbar we don't have anything so far. Okay, so navbar is displaying over there. Then what we are going to do is, after below this we need to bring all the links, all the routes, because everything is going to be displayed in this particular area only. So you can see here, if I click this, it's loading below the navbar. If I click the search, it's loading below the navbar only. That search component is loading below the navbar. If I click the user profile, that's also loading below the navbar only. So our pin is the main container over here. So right after this division, which where we are loading your navbar, so right after this particular division, enter, we are going to create one more div, and that div is going to have a class name like hutch full. Save the changes, and here I'm going to create the routes. Okay, inside this, the first we are going to create the home route, and that's a self-closing tag. Inside this, we are going to pass the path. It's going to be the home root. Okay, element root route, it's going to load the element. Which element? Absolutely, it's going to load the feed element. Feed. Let me copy it and paste it few more times. Okay, so next what we are going to create, user profile route, and then I'm going to pass a user ID as a param. Okay, later we can access this user ID from the user profile. So if anything is coming to the route user profile, load the element user profile. User profile, load this particular component. Okay, and then we also having the category ID, and because we need to, if there is anything coming through specific category, it's nothing but if I'm clicking anything over here, coding or something, you can see that URL is coming through category coding. So we are passing this. If anything is coming through that particular category also, we need to category, spelling category colon category ID. We are passing the category ID. Later we'll access this category ID in over there. So let's, without any spelling mistakes, we will add it over here. So make sure there is no spelling mistake for that one. Okay, then, and if anything is coming through that category ID, I'm just re-rendering the complete feed according to this particular category what I clicked. Okay, so right after here, so if a user clicks any pin, if I click this, it's loading this pin detail. Look at that, it's showing, it's going to pin detail, and it's having this pin particular ID over there. So let me go here and I type pin hyphen detail. If anything is coming through this particular URL, and if it's having the pin ID, pass the pin ID as the parameter, as the param, not parameter, param. So load pin detail for this, and I'm going to pass the user over here as a prop user. Okay, and after this, create pin, we also need to create a new post, right? When the user clicks over here this button, look at that, it's creating, it's passing the create pin. If the user, its URL is coming through create pin, load the component, load the element as create pin, and this also need the user prop, so I'm sending the user detail into it. Okay, and then let me paste it, copy and paste it one more time, because we're having the search. So if anything is coming through the search, that means if the user is searching anything over here, it's loading the search URL. So if the user is searching, I need to load the search component. Search, inside the search you need to send the search term, that's the search term state, and you need to send set search term, then only you can set that search term. Set search term, we send this properties and everything over here. Save the changes. Now we will check whether everything is working fine or not. If you go back to your project, now look at that. If it is a home route, you need to see the nav and the feed, it's working fine. Now let me change it to slash search something. Look at that, now it's changed to search. If I send over here create pin, look at that, now we're having the create pin over there. Then if I change it to user profile user profile, no, spelling mistake, profile, user profile. And we need to pass some ID parameter also, right? So let me pass 1, enter. Look at that. Now we are getting the user profile because it's need a parameter. We need to pass a user param to that URL, then only it will work. So it's working now. And then we need to check the pin detail also. Let's verify that pin detail also. Pin detail /1. Cool, it's working. And last one is category /1. It's going to the feed perfectly because if the URL is coming through the category, we ask to navigate to the that particular feed only. Look at that. So our routes, everything is working fine. So next we need to design the navbar. Okay, then now let's start designing this navbar. Let's have a look at it. And if you have a look at your demo, which we are already having over here, so we having this logo over here, and we having this search box, and we having this button to create a new post and a user profile picture over there. And below that, we having this navigation links to navigate to the different categories. So let's create it. Go back to the Visual Studio Code, and let me close everything over here. We need the navbar only right now, so go back to the navbar. Okay, so now let me keep this side by side. We need to see what's going on in the navbar. So let me keep this side by side over here. So let me keep it a little bit like this. So okay, that's good. Okay, so now we can see instantly what's going on over here. Okay, and let's make sure both server is running up and running only. Fine, that's good. Okay, so let me import all the necessary things what we are going to use inside this component. So import and open the link and nav link. So where we are going to import it from, we are going to import it from absolutely React Router DOM. So it's not showing suggestions, I don't know why. So nav link, now it's showing, and use navigate hook. Okay, after this we need to import icons. I'm going to use the icons from React icons slash vi box icons. I'm going to use the box icons, and then inside this I'm going to use bi search alt, and I'm going to use bi plus, yeah, this one. Then I'm going to use the bi chevron right, and bi chevron left. Save the changes. After this, we need to import the logo from dot slash assets slash here. This time we are going to use this particular image. Yeah, this one, watch me.png, this one. So right click it, copy it, and then I'll paste it over here, watch me.png. Save the changes. And then I need few more icons too. So right after here I'm going to import few more icons. Import from React icons. So we can use different icons from a different styles or remote. So this time I'm going to use RI. Okay, so here I'm going to use RI home 7 fill, this one. Okay, so go through that React icon website, and you can use whatever the icons as you wish. Okay, then I need to import the use state to monitor the states. So not this one, use state, this one, use states. And then after that, along with that, we need to use effects too. Okay, cool. Save the changes. So now what we need to do is, so let's go back to this. We open the pins container, because by the time when we are passing to the nav bar, we are passing 3 different props. So let's destructure that props over here. Open it. we are sending search term and also set search term, and along with that one more thing, that's our user, so that we can access the user inside our navbar. Cool. Save the changes. Now we destructured everything. Okay, so now what we need to do, I'm just going to create these styles for our navbar div. Okay, so inside this div I'm going to create a class name, and that it's going to be flex and flex column. Save the changes. Inside this I'm going to create one more div, and that div is going to have the class as flex, items center, and width it's going to be full, and the padding y it's going to be 2. Top and bottom we need some padding effect. And inside this I'm going to add the logo first. Logo. So let's create the link, because whenever I click that logo it should navigate me to the home directory. So to it will take me to the home. Cool. Then I will create an image tag. Inside this image tag I'm going to pass that logo, which we already imported that, and I'm going to give the alternative name as logo, and I'm going to pass the class name as width. I'm going to give 40, 160 pixels, and cursor, not zoom in, pointer. Save the changes. Now you can see that logo over here. Look at that. When I click this, that will take me to the home directory. It's working perfectly. So right after this, we need to create the search box. Search box. Cool. So let's create one div for that. Inside this div we need to have the input tag and the search icon. So before that we are going to create the class name for this class, let's say flex. Okay, so then we need to add the flex justify between, justify, not this one, justify between, then items center, and then width it should be full, then background it's going to use the white background, and the padding I'm just going to add 2, and right after that it's going to use the shadow medium MD and rounded LG, and no, rounded LG, not L4, rounded LG, and MX for margin left and right. We are going to add some. I'll just break it so that you can see it clearly. Save the changes, and right after this, inside this division we need to create the by search alt icon, which we added over there. Look at that. You can see that it's having that shadow effect and everything is over there. And here I'm going to give the font size at 30, and now you can see that icon over here. And let me add a class name, and let me give bg gray, not bg, it should be text gray 700. Save the changes, and now that color is perfect. Okay, because it's too dark with a black. Then I need to have this input tag, and absolutely that input tag is going to be the type as text only. Break it and keep it over here, and right after this type we need to create the placeholder is going to be the search. Save the changes. Look at that, we're having the search over here. Okay, so after this I'm going to add the class name. It's going to use full width. Now you can see that it's using that complete width. And then outline, I'm going to remove it, because if I click this it's showing this outline. We don't need this outline, so outline none. Then border none, we need to make that border also none. Save the changes, let it bring it to the next line. Okay, so here I can see it clearly. So after this, still you can see that it's very close to the icon, so px3. Okay, then text gray 800, and then font it should be semi bold. Let me break this and I'll keep it font semi bold, and then text base, save the changes. Okay, if I type something, you can see that the text it's looking awesome. That's good. So input is done. Now what we need to do is, what I'm going to do is, whenever I click this, whenever I focus this input, it's need to navigate to the URL called slash search. So on focus, I'm calling a callback function. That function is going to navigate me to the different URL. So what I need to do is I need to use the const navigate is equals use navigate hook, and I need to pass that use navigate hook over here. Navigate, open it, and pass it to the search URL. Whenever I click this, look at that. Now we are inside the search. Cool. So it's working fine. On focus, it will be navigated to that. And then I'm going to set the value as search term, and then on change. Whenever that search field it's keep on searching, I'm going to change the value. I'm going to set the value to the um, what actually it's going to happen is, if I'm typing something, we are setting the state set search term, and then this will set the value to this particular state, and this state will be immediately updated over here in the same field itself. That's what going to happen right now. Okay, so on change, I'm going to call a callback function, and it's going to have an event into it, and I'm going to set the search term as e dot target. I'm getting that from that event. I'm getting the target element. From the target element, I'm getting that value, and then I'm passing that value to the set search term. This function will update the search term state, and that state will update the value of the input field. Instead of directly having that input value, we are updating a state, and we are passing it to that state, and we are updating the value of the input field back, so that we can use that state in everywhere. Okay, cool. Now if I'm typing something, the values, everything is immediately updating over there, so that you are seeing it over there. Okay, so now our input box is done. So right after that, we need to see the button. Okay, if you go to this, so if it is full screen, you can see that button. If it is small screen, you can see that plus icon. So we need to do that over here. So where we need to do right after that division, search division, I think so. Yes, exactly. Right after that search division over here, we need to create that button. So I'm going to create that division, one more division. Inside that division, we need to add something. So first, let's create a class name for it. That's it's going to be flex, and justify center and items center. Inside here, I'm going to create the link, and this link it's helped me to navigate to different things. So we are going to navigate to where we are going to navigate. We are going to navigate to create pin, copy it and paste it over here. Create pin. We don't want to make any mistakes. That's why. Copy it and paste it. Then inside here, I'm going to create a button, and that button it's going to be the type as button. Okay, type as button, and the class name it's going to be a very big class name. So make sure, let me show you what it's going to be. Okay, so first what we need to do, we need to fix the width it's going to be 36. Okay, 144 pixels. Then minimum width it's going to be, okay, minimum width is going to be the same 36. Then I'm going to add the padding effect for a little bit. Then the text size is going to be text base. Then text color is going to be text gray 700. Then I'm going to add a border, and that border color it's going to be border gray 300. Okay, border gray 300. So if I can't see it completely, so let me press enter. Border gray 300. So right after here we are going to round it little bit, rounded MD, so that button will be rounded little bit, rounded MD. Save the changes, and currently you can't see anything inside it. Let me add something. Submit a photo. Save the change. Oops. Submit the photo. Now you can see the text over here. So but I need to add some hover effects for it. So on hover, whenever I'm hovering it, I need to add a shadow for it. Look at that. Now we added that shadow effects for it a little bit. So like we'll reduce the durations to 150 seconds, 150 milliseconds. Ease in out. For medium devices, it's going to be flex. Okay, and then for others it's going to be hidden. Okay, because I'm not supposed to see that button in the small screens, only I need to see it in the medium screen, so it will be displayed over here, but in the small screen you can't see that particular thing. Okay, so now it's working fine. Then what we need to do is we need to create a button for this particular small screen. So right after here, after this button, I'm going to create one more division, div. This is for small screen. You can say for a small screen add button. Command add button. And this is for big screen. So here we are going to add a class name for a little bit. So BG, it's going to be the black. Oh, not this one, black. Yeah, BG, oh, not this one. BG black, and then width it's going to be 10, height it's going to be 10, and rounded MD, and then we need to make sure this is hidden in the medium sized devices. So medium sized devices it should be hidden, but for the small screen it should be flex, items center, justify center. Okay, save the changes. Cool. Let me break it here. Then inside here, I need to add this plus icon, plus self-closing component. Now you can see that thing over there. And for this, we need to add the font size as 24, and we need to give the class name as the text white. Okay, so that I can see that plus icon over there. Cool. Now if it is a big screen, you can see that button. If it is in the small screen, you can see that plus sign over there. Look at that. We successfully create that. Then what we need to do, we need to right after here, we need to create the user profile. We need to create the user profile. Just give me a moment. Let me. Okay, so where we need to create that user profile, where this link is ending, right after here. So right after that link, I'm going to create one more link for this is for user profile. Okay, so create a div. Oh, not div, div. Inside this div, I'm going to give a class name, and that class name it's going to be you can say flex, items center, justify center, and width 10, and minimum width it's going to be not 210. Minimum width it's going to be 10, and height it's going to be 10, and minimum height is also going to be 10. Minimum height it's going to be 10. So let me break it over here a little bit so that you can see it. Minimum height is going to be 10, and then it should have some shadow also. You need to add some shadow. So shadow, let's say LG shadow LG, and it should be rounded full, rounded full, And then I'm just going to give a background color a little bit for now, for the time being, 500, and margin left 4. Save the changes. Look at that, we have this small circle over here. So inside this circle we need to fill that image. Inside here we are going to add the image, and that image is going to come from your user, which the prop which we send. If we need to condition render it, if it having the image, okay, image, bring that image over here. Look at that, we having that nice image over here which we fetched from the Gmail. So it's working fine, and we need to fix it. So class name rounded full. Save the changes. Now we can see that it's having that nice sick design over there. Cool. Okay, so in this is going to be user profile pic. Save the changes, alternative text. Okay, but this is supposed to be a link. If I click this, it should be navigate to the user profile. So what I'm going to do is, instead of keeping it as a division, I'm going to change this division. Hold your alt key and double click both these division and change it together. Type link. Okay, and now it's a link. We need to pass to, press escape and press enter. You need to pass two parameter where you are going to pass it, and this time it's going to be a dynamic block. Inside it is I'm going to pass a template string, and it's going to pass to user profile. Make sure you don't misspell it over here. It should be same URL, so copy it and paste. Oops, replace it. Okay, then I need to pass an user ID. So open it. I'm going to pass from the user condition render it dot underscore ID. I'm passing that particular ID. Save the changes. Now you can see that particular user ID over there. This, it looks too big, so I'm just going to keep the big. Okay, so now if I click this, now look at that, it's navigated to the user profile and it's having this ID over there. Cool. And it's also changed that particular component. If I click this, now we are in the home route. If I click this, it's taking to the search. If I click this, it's opening the user profile, and if I click this, it's opening the create pin. So everything, it's up and running fine. So then what we need to do, we need to create this nice category thing. Okay, then now let's create this nice category. So now what we need to do is scroll up a little bit. So we need to create a category data. So I'm just going to create a dummy data for our categories over here. So where I can create is, so right after here, I'm going to create const categories is equals, open an array. Inside this array we are going to pass an object, a bunch of object which going to have a values. So name colon name, let's say animals, and let me copy it and paste it few more time for different categories. So let's say this is going to be coding, and this is going to be what we can say, web developer, gaming, and this is going to be music, and this is going to be photography. And what else we can have? Cars, we can have bikes, and we can have what else? Okay, love. Okay, so these are the things. Now for currently we are hard coding this. Later I will show you how to fetch the category dynamically. Okay, so let me go down, scroll down completely, and here after the link what we created for our user profile, so this is where we created the user profile. So right after this division, and after one more division, enter. Okay, now here we are going to create the categories. This is for our categories. So div, create a division, and let's give a name for this division, class name. So this is going to be flex items. It's absolutely going to center, and it's going to use the complete width, and py it's going to be 2. Okay, inside this we are going to have the nav link. First we are going to load the nav link. We are going to create a home button, this particular home button over there. So let's create that home button. So nav link, open it, and inside this nav link, this is going to have to where it's going to be navigated, and whenever I click that home button, it should go to the home directory only. Okay, and I'm going to give the class link. If this is active, we need to load different class. If it is not active, we need to load different class. So let me load the icon first inside ri home 7 fill, and then font size 30, empty string. Look at that. Now we having that icon over here. It's loaded now, but still our what is that, our we need to check whether it is active or not. Okay, so here I'm going to open a parameter. Inside this I'm going to pass an object, and is active. We having an active, it's we having one active. This is provided by your nav link itself. If it is active, I'm going to check is active. Okay, is active. Then I'm going to check is active styles. This is not yet we created. We need to create it. If it is not active, if it is not active, I'm going to set is not active styles. Okay, so currently we don't have this is active and is not active styles. We need to create it. So let's create that first. Scroll up. Okay, we need to create that two important things. So right after this thing, I'm going to create const is active styles. If it is active, if it is an active, I need to pass few class to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a few different classes for it. Okay, so what are the things I'm going to pass? First thing is flex items, items center. So it's not showing suggestions, so I feel little bit tough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type that classes everything over here, and I'm going to copy it and paste it over there. So class name, so flex, and items center, and the px2 padding 2. For medium devices we are going to add px. For medium devices we are going to add the px5. Then gap between two different things, it's going to be 2. And for medium devices gap, it's going to be, gap should be 3. And the text color, it's going to be text gray 500. Okay, text gray 500. And then I think I'm typing the, yeah, I'm typing. So we are now writing the not active styles, text gray 500, hover. When I'm hovering it, I need to make it text black, and the all, transition all, duration not 150, 200, duration 200, ease in out, and capitalize everything. So now let me copy it and paste it. So these are the styles. These are the styles for, after this we need to create one more thing, is not active styles equals, paste it over here. That's the is not active styles. If it is not active, this is the style it's need to use. Okay, so then if it is active, what we need to do, that's what the thing. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it one more time. If it is active, I will paste it, but we are going to alter it a little bit, and this gap and everything, it's going to be same. Text color, text, if it is active, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to have this text gray color and hover black. I'm going to delete it. Instead of that, I'm going to have the font bold, font bold, font, we can say extra bold, font extra bold, bold, and the rest everything is going to be the same. Save the changes. Okay, if I click, this is active now. Look at that. And what is the problem for this icon? I think it's because of this class icon. Save the changes. Look at that. Okay, if this is active, it will be in extra bold. If it is not active, it will be in the mild gray color. If I hover it, it will be in a black color. So if that is active and is not active, it's working fine. So this classes is working fine. If I click this, it's in a home directory now. If it is a home route now, so it's active, so that's why it's in a dark black. If I click this, it's in a search, so it's not active, so it's showing like this. Cool, it's working fine. Now what we need to do is, after this, we need to bring all the categories in their respective places. Okay, we need to bring all the categories in their respective places. Before moving to the categories, you can see that it's having a small line over there. So let's bring that small line. So after this nav link, create one div, and that div is going to have a class name, and that it's going to be height, it's going to be 6. Okay, then width, it's going to be 1 pixel. We are writing custom class, that's why I'm open a square bracket and give that pixel sizes over here, 1 pixel, and bg slate 500 color. Save the changes. Okay, now you can see that small line over there. Cool, it's okay. Then what we need to do after this, I'm going to create one more division, and inside this division I'm going to have a few more things. Inside this division I'm going to have few more things. I'm going to have few more things. What are the things we are going to have? We are going to 3 important things. You can, if I open it, you can see here it's having this chevron icon. If I move to next one, currently there is no division over here, so that it's not showing that icon over here. But if there is more division, you can move it, scroll right side. So we need to add that functionalities. So inside this, I'm going to have 3 important divisions. Okay, so let it be. Actually, where we are typing now? Not here. Here. Inside this division. Okay, so now we'll add the class name for this. Okay, for that first thing, it's going to be we can say like flex. Absolutely, it's going to be flex. So let's type flex, and the items, it's going to be center, and the width, it's going to be full, and the height, it's going to be 10, and then overflow y, scroll overflow y, okay, scroll, and then relative position, it should be relative. Save the changes. Okay, now that's it for that main division. And after that, inside this division, in the first division, this one, we are going to target this one. So this is going to be the that chevron left icon. Okay, chevron left icon. So let inside this division, let me bring that bi chevron left icon first, and I'll supply the font size as 30 pixels. Now you can see this icon over here, but we having this we're having this particular thing, so we don't need that anymore. So I need to hide that scroll bar. So what I need to do is hide underscore scroll bar. Save the changes. That will hide that scroll bar. Okay, we don't need to see that scroll bar. Now we need to add the styles for this division. Okay, so for this I'm going to add a dynamic. I'm going to open a dynamic block, and I'm going to add um, a few things like that I will show you later. I'll show you why I'm adding the dynamic block. Inside this I'm going to add a template string and absolute. Okay, and it's going to be let's say it's going to be flex first, then the position is going to be absolute position, and it's going to be stick together to the left side, and the width, the maximum width, it's going to be having the 32, and the height is going to be 10, and absolutely it should stick together the justify start and items center, and the background gradient color, we are going to have a background gradient to right side, to the right side, from the left to right it should goes on. Okay, so we are going to have the from color. What is the color, from which color to which color you need to start? So from, it should start gray. um, you can say the gray 50, it's a mild white gray color, and then cursor pointer. Currently you can't see it, but if I give the any color, indigo or something, you can see that color now. Look at that. For this purpose only we created that. If you, why it's showing like that means, if I expand it, you can see that the text which is behind this icon, it's mildly faded. For that particular effect only we are creating that. Okay, so my machine is loading. Why? I'm not sure. Just a moment. My machine is not responding. Okay, so now it's okay. I think my machine is overloaded a little bit. So now here I'm just going to give the gray 50. Okay, so save the changes. That will be fine. Look at that. That's cool. Now in the middle division over here, we are going to load that categories and everything. So we will load that category. So let's fix this chevron right icons also. So let me copy this and paste it over here, and that, oops, not like this. Copy it completely and paste it here, and that it's going to be the right icon. Save the changes, and then where is that right icon? We can't see it. Okay, we'll write the styles, then we can see it. Just like that, it's going to be the dynamic block, and inside it we are going to have the template string, and that template string, it's going to be having few classes into it. So let's say we'll add few classes into it. Let's say absolute, right 0, width 32, height 10, and for medium devices you can see it, but for small devices it should be hidden, and justify at the end, and items at the center, and the bg gradient to left. From, for the time being I'm just giving indigo 700, cursor pointer. If I save it, I can't see nothing. If I maximize it, I can see this device, see this over here, because I'm not supposed to see it in the tablet screen and mobile screen, because in the tablet screen and mobile screen user can swipe it. So for instance, if I go to the mobile screen, inspect, I'll bring it to down. If I enable the mobile screen, user can swipe it like this. They can swipe. See, it's working cool. So for this particular effect only, we are doing that thing. So let me inspect it, and I'll dodge it, and then where it is, I'll, we'll make it for our mobile screen itself directly. Okay, so fine. Now what we need to do, we finish this. Now we need to load the category. Let's go and load the category over here. This is for our the category. I need to bring all the category inside it. Okay, inside this I need to bring all the category. So let me add some styles for it. So let me add few styles for it first. So for this particular division, class name and flex, that's going to be an items center, and width it's going to be full, and overflow y scroll, and hide the scroll bar. We don't need to see that scroll bar, so scroll hide scroll bar. And then scroll should be smooth. Scroll behavior should be smooth. Okay, then duration it's going to be 150, and ease in out. Okay, ease in out. Save the changes, and let me bring it to the next screen so that you can see it. Next line, so that you can see it inside this division. Now what we need to do is, it looks so clumsy, but try to follow it, guys, so that you can see the full picture of it. So let me expand it so that you can see a little bit more clear. Okay, so now I'm going to render the categories. So categories, okay, dot slice. I'm going to slice it because I don't want to display the last category. It's going to be other. I don't want to touch that one. Apart from that, I'm going to slice it. So categories dot length minus 1. Okay, because we need to don't want to touch the others. Apart from the other, we need to display everything. Map, and I'm going to fetch the simple single category, and I'm going to render a component. So use the normal parenthesis into it. And inside here, we are going to render the nav link. Everything it's going to have a link so that it can be navigated to the certain routes. 2. So, and we should have the key, otherwise it will throws the error. Key, it's going to be category dot name. Every name it's going to be unique only, so I'm using the category name as the route, sorry, as a key, otherwise it will throws an error. And then this 2, it's going to be the dynamic block of code, and use the template string, and I'm going to navigate to category, that's the name, right? Yeah, category, pass it, and I'm going to pass dollar, open it. I'm going to pass the category name into it. What is the name I'm passing? I'm passing it as a category ID. So I'm going to pass the name as the category ID, category dot name. I'm going to pass that one as the ID. Then I'm going to add the class list, class name, which we already added for your home. Where is your home icon? We already added that is active or is not active for that. Where it is? This is user profile. Yeah, here it is. Copy this class name and then paste it over here. Just like the same thing we are going to do it for. And inside this, we are going to render the category dot name. If I press enter, that will brings up all these name into it. Okay, it's working fine. If I close this, look at that. How cool is it? If I expand it, it's working fine over here, but what's the problem? Just a moment. Let me minimize it. And we having the problem in this right chevron. I think I failed to change these things, so I'll change it to white. Cool. And I will change this one also white because it's showing, we are seeing some color differentiation over here. See, save the changes. Now that will be fine. So what I'm trying to show you here is So if I copy this and if I paste it for few more times, okay, see, it's going beyond this one. So if I click this, it should move right side, right? If I click that, it should move towards right side. So to do that, we need to add the JavaScript for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state to monitor it. I'm going to create a state to monitor it. So let's create a state for that. Okay, so one second, just a second. Mm, mm, mm. Just a moment. Okay, so just a moment. Yeah. Now what we need to do is right after here, I'm going to create a state const. Not let me use the use state snippet. I'm just going to type is scroll, press tab key. Initially, it's going to be false. Okay, save the changes. It's going to be false. Okay, then I'm going to I'm going to mm, 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 mm. I'm going to create a function. Okay, if it is scrolling, we need to whenever I click it, it's need to be move towards right side. When I click here, it's need to move towards the left side. To do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a function for these both. The chevron, where is that? This is the home and this is the chevron left icon. For this chevron left, right after here, for that particular division, we are adding the click event. On click, I'm going to call back a function that it's going to be scroll on click. Absolutely, we don't have this function, and inside this function I'm going to send a text as left. That means I need to keep track it, right? That's why this is, if it is coming from chevron left, it will send a text as left, and if it's coming from this particular right button, it will, oops, not like this, on click, this will call back a function with a text as right. So we don't have this function absolutely. So let's go and create that function. Where we need to create that function right after here. So you need to create that function right after there. So let me create the function const equals, not const equals, const scroll. Okay. Oops. And then here you need to press equal sign, and then this is going to be the side. Okay, we are passing that as a parameter. Okay, save the changes. Now it doesn't throws the error. So here I'm going to set the set scroll as a true. Set scroll as a true. We are setting the parameter set scroll as a true, and then I'm checking the condition side. If the side is equals to triple equals to right side, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this entire container towards the right side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the use reference. So we need to add that hook also, add use ref hook, and I need to create a reference for this particular button where mm, 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 where is that, where is that, just a moment. mm, ID, where is that particular Division, for which division? Yeah, this one, for the category, this particular category. Yeah, for this one, right after here I'm going to set the reference as the what we can say, scroll ref, scroll ref. Okay, scroll ref. Let me copy it and I will create the reference first. So const scroll ref is equals use reference. Save the changes. And right after here we need to use that if the side is equals to right side, then what I need to do is I need to use that reference to scroll ref dot current dot scroll scroll left side, scroll left plus equals 200 pixels. We are going to scroll it. Else what I'm going to do is scroll ref dot current dot scroll left minus equals 200. Save the changes. So let's see. If I click this, now look at that, it's moving right side. If I click this, it's moving, moving, moving. If I click here, it's moving back. Look at that, how awesome it is. But what I need to do is I need to initially hide this left side. Only if I'm moving right side, for a few more clicks, I need to bring it. If it will reach the end, it should hide this one. We should hide that one. So what we need to do is, so after this, I'm just checking. I need to check one more condition. If the scroll dot current dot scroll left is less than 199 pixels, we are checking, we are moving 200 pixels. If it is less than 199 pixels, then what I'm going to do, scroll set is scroll as a false. Set is scroll as a false. Otherwise I'm going to set is scroll as the true. So here you need to type the question mark, ternary operator. So if it is less than, I'm going to make it false. If it is otherwise, I'm going to make it true. So initially when I'm writing this class, I created a dynamic block for the chevron left, where it is for the chevron left, we created the dynamic block for it over here. So what I'm going to do is, if that is scroll is less than 199 pixel, we need to like what is it? If it is true, we need to make it flex. Otherwise, we need to hide it. So cut it. Okay. If I save the changes, now it will not. Why it's still showing? If I, yeah, I'll just type it hidden now. If I change it, now see, it will not displayed over there. So when it will displayed, when that particular pixel it's became more than 200 pixels size, then it should be displayed over there. So what I need to do is I'm going to check dollar open it is scroll. If it is scroll, it's true, then you should display as flex. Otherwise, always hidden. Save the changes. Now if I reach it to the end, look at that, it's displayed over there. But if it will cross, once it's crossed the 200 pixels more than that, you can see that if it is goes less than 200 pixels, it will be hidden. So we successfully created that, and even if it is in small screen, you can't see that particular thing over there. So now it shows some error. What is the error it's showing? Look at that, it's showing bunch of error. All the errors are nothing but your keys, because all these keys are repeated. I'm just going to where it is, where is that categories? Categories are gone. Hmm? Where we created that categories? We created the categories, right? Where it is? Come on. Is it coming from not this one? Where is that categories? Over here. So I think I opened my sample code. Okay. So here now where it's so from here it's keep on repeating. So now we don't need that. So let me delete it. Okay. And let me keep a small text, something like this, like web say changes. Now it's fine. Okay. So it's working fine. So we successfully finished the navbar. Okay, then now let's start working on our feed because that's the really important thing for our home screen. If you have a look at our demo over here, you can see here it's having this nice grid layout which is done by Masonry, and we are going to implement it in our project now. Okay, so let me open my Visual Studio Code, and over here let me bring this side, and I'll keep this one over here. Cool. So we already created a feed.jsx. So open it up. Okay. So for the time being, let's import all the necessary things what we need to have in the feed.jsx. So we absolutely need use state and we need use effect hook. These two effect hook we need necessarily, and we need to import use params. We need to have this use params because when I click this web, you can see that it's sending that category name over there. We need to catch it and we need to feed it according change the feed according to that. That's why we are using the param. So we need to fetch that parameter params value from the URL. Okay, then I'm going to import the masonry layout, masonry layout. So absolutely we not yet created this one, so we need to create it. Dot slash masonry layout. We need to create this one. So let's go ahead and create this, where you need to create it in the components. So right click new file, components.jsx, and then RAFC. Let's paste it. For time being, we'll just keep it as it is, and let's import that thing. Okay, so I hope that will be, yep, that will be imported perfectly. Then what we need to do is we need to load the spinner. Okay, so this also we need to create dot slash spinner. This is nothing but when I changing over here, if I'm changing having this nice spinner over here, right, loader for that particular thing, that's why we're having that spinner. And I'm going to import if while searching something, if anything is not found, I need to load from the assets dot slash assets. I'm having an svg like not found dot svg. So I'm having a file like that. So if you open up your assets folder, inside the assets folder we're having this not found dot svg. So we are going to use that svg. What is absolutely, let me show you over here. We having so toys, yeah, we're having everything. So let me make it big, and if I choose this, yeah, this is that svg. Okay, so let's bring that inside our component. Cool. Now what we need to do is I'll create these states, few states, because we need to check the loading. Is it loading? We need to display this particular spinner. So I'm going to create a state to monitor that. So use state loading. For time being, it's going to be false, not false. Okay, and we need to create the one more state, that's the state which going to monitor our state pins. Whenever the pins, that means these are the pins, these are all the pins inside here. These are all the pins. Whenever the pins is getting updated, we need to re-render the complete component. For that only we are creating this state. So const not const, use state snippets, and then just type pins, press your tab key without clicking anywhere, then let's give it as a null. For the time being it will be null. Okay, then what we need to do is, right after here it's showing that spinner is not at clear created, it's showing that error, so we'll go ahead and create that one. So right click the components and create that file spinner.jsx, and here RAFCE, and inside here we'll paste that one, save the changes. Now that error is gone. Okay, so next what we need to do is we need to write some styles over here. So before that, what I'm going to do is, if there is any error is coming, I'm just going to return it. Okay, so if you know, if not error, if it is loading, sorry, if it is loading, if loading is true, okay, if loading is true, then return spinner. We are going to return the spinner, and inside the spinner I'm going to send a message as a prop. Okay, I'm going to send a message. What is the message I'm going to send? Is just new feeds are loading. Okay, so let's create the spinner. Let's do some customizations for your spinner. Let's go ahead for the spinner class, open your spinner.js. So for spinner, we are using the React loader spinner. If you're searching for React loader spinner, let me expand it. Search for React loader spinner. You can find this first one, click it, and this will load. And if you scroll down, you can see the documentation. Click here and look at that. These are the spinners, these are the different kinds of loaders are available. We are going to use this one, this particular one. Okay, so let me close it and bring it side over here. I'm going to import it. So import from React loader spinner. Inside this we having the object called circles. We are going to load it that, and then I'm going to return that. And the spinner is taking one prop, that's the message prop, which we are sending over here. And then we are going to render a component here. We are going to render, so div. Okay, inside this div it's going to have a particular class and all those things. So let's say class name is equals to flex, and then flex column, and then it's going to be justify the center and the items center, and then width is going to be full, height is going to be full. Okay, then inside here we are going to bring that circles component which we imported from the React loader spinner, and this circle is going to have a quite few properties. That's the first, the color of the circle, so #00 b triple f. Then height of that height is going to be 80, and the width is going to be 80. After this, I'm going to display that paragraph with the text, the which we send from message, which we send it from the feed.jsx. So text is going to be large, and then text is going to be center, and padding it's going to be 2. Here I'm going to render that prop inside the dynamic block. Let's print that message. Okay, so currently we can't see anything. So when we can see is, if this loading is true, you can see that nice loading over here. So see, we are getting that message, new feeds are getting loaded. Cool. So now the thing is working fine. So let's close the spinner.jsx. We don't need it anymore. Okay, and let me change it back to false. Okay, so now we can see the feed. So this part is working fine. Next, what we need to do is we need to work on this particular thing. So before loading that complete feed, I need to verify it. Okay, if what we need to do is, if we don't have anything pinned, for instance, when I'm filtering it here, I'm going to get some data. So if there is nothing to display, I need to display that custom image which we loaded over here. So to do that, I'm going to check a condition. What I'm going to do is, okay, so let me delete this. Over here I'm going to write an if condition. If not pins this is the pin, the state which we created. If they're not pins, question mark condition render it dot length. If there is nothing to show, if the length there is length, if zero means false. So if that length is nothing, then we need to render a different thing. So return, okay, return, let's add a semicolon over here, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a division with the class. So if there is nothing to show, then display this particular thing. So class name, it's equals um, width is going to be full and height is going to be screen flex column, and before this you need to add it as a flex, okay, and then justify center items center, and inside this division we are going to display a text sorry, okay, and then a nice smiley over there, cool, sorry, okay, no feed available, currently no feed available, and we need to display that image over here. And the source, what is that source? It's absolutely we term not found, and then we need to add a class name for this. I'm going to give a class is equals custom width property 30 percentage, and from the margin top use 5. Save the changes, okay. So currently the pin is empty, that's why it's showing like this. So what happened, this went to the screen, okay, cool. And let me this one, and if I make this one bigger, you can see that it's fit perfectly inside, and if I bring it inside here, it will works like this. So for this is for medium devices, okay, and for apart from the medium devices, what we need to do with custom property, let's say 80 percentage. Okay, I think so, that works cool. Okay, when it comes to big screen, that is going to be 30 percentage like this. When it comes to small screen, it's going to looks like this. Cool, that's working perfectly. Then what we need to do is, if there is any pin over there, we need to return a different thing. So right after here, I'm going to return. So this will be displayed only if the pin length is 0. Otherwise, we need to return something. Otherwise, return. Okay, I'm just going to verify it. So pins, if that is pins, and I'm going to use that masonry layout. Okay, and I'm going to pass the pins as a prop for that particular component pins. Save the changes. Currently still we are showing this. So for instance, if I'm changing this to true, let's say 1 or something. What we can say, for instance, if I'm sending an object like this, name sample. Okay, so let me keep it as null. It's not accepting anything. For instead of that, I'll just change this thing. Okay, so currently here it should display this masonry layout, but it's not displaying the masonry layout. Why? Let me go and inspect the elements console. What's the problem? What is the problem we are making over here? Uh, mm, mm, mm. Let me hide this. Still, I can't see that thing. Say refresh it. Home. Oops, we are condition rendering it, right? That's why it's not working. My bad. So here we are checking the pins. Only if the pins we are condition rendering it, that's why it's not working. So let me delete this. Now we can see that masonry layout. Actually what's the problem is pin is over here null. Here we are doing the conditional rendering. That's why the pin is not working. So our, if it is not having anything, it's bringing that data over here. So everything, it's working fine as we expected, but this is not a proper thing. We need to bring that data. So to bring that data, what I'm going to do is, first we need to understand that even this need to load the feed, even if there is anything when we are clicking any filters, that's need to load that particular filter, and if nothing else, it need to load everything. Okay, so to do that, first we need to fix the category. We need to bring the dynamic category, then we need to load the data. That's what we are going to do next. Okay, then now let's start doing that. So let's open up our data.js. Where it is data.js, inside the utils function we having this data.js. So what I need to do is I'm just going to copy some categories with along with the images and all those things. Even in future if you wish to have the category image, so let me copy it and I'm going to paste it right over here. Nothing but few category names with an images. So this code you can find it in the description given below. You can copy it and paste it over here, or you can type it by yourself with different names, and you can give a different image URL. So all these image URL I just copied it from the Pixabay, which is free to use. So go ahead and copy it and paste it over here. Okay, so now let's load all these categories in our navbar and as well as in our feed. Okay, so first let's bring all these categories to our navbar. So let's open the navbar.jsx. Instead of loading like this, let me copy it. Okay, instead of loading like that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the categories from the utils.data. Okay, if I save the changes, that will display all the categories from that particular thing. Now the category is cool. Let's go to the feed.jsx, and now here we need to bring that category one by one into it. How we need to get the category? As I said, if I click this, I'm getting that from the URL params. I need to fetch it from there. Okay, so let's get the category from URL. So to fetch that from, what we need to do, we need to write the const. Okay, so actually we need to go to the pin container now. Go to open the container pins.js. So how I am passing it as the URL, in the URL I'm passing the category ID. So copy it and then paste it over here. Okay, equals use params. If you're directly creating an object, that will returns an object. Inside the object you have this particular ID. So I'm just destructuring it and I'm getting that particular ID what we needed. So now we have that category ID whenever we are changing these things. Okay, so now what we need to do is, according to that category ID we need to filter it, and as well as if it is not, we just need to fetch the query. We just need to fetch the details. We need to fetch every single feed. Okay, so to do that we are going to write it inside the use effect. So what we are going to do is, right after here I'm going to create an use effect method, open it, and this takes two parameters. First one is your function, second one is the dependency, and that is going to be, whenever this category ID is changing, it's need to be re-rendered. That's why we are giving that category ID inside over there. Then expanded. For first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the set loading as true. Okay, set loading as true. So now it started loading. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the category. If the category ID is there, then open it. If there is category ID, then what we need to do, we need to create a query. So const query is equals search query actually this search query is not over there. This will throws an error, so no issue, we'll fix the search query. So copy this and go to your data.jx. So first what we are going to do now, we are going to create the search query. So let's scroll down. Okay, so let me make it bigger, because this is going to be a very big query. So let me make it bigger, and here let's export it. Export. Okay, so wait a second. So next what we need to do is const search query. Export const search query is equals an open function, and inside here I'm going to open an arrow function, and I'm going to pass the search term over here. This is nothing but a parameter, we are creating it, and when I'm calling it, I'm sending that category ID and I'm using that as a search term. Okay, so here const query is equals, okay, so we know how to get the select the document, so use the template string and then use the asterisk, that star, and then open the array symbol underscore type. This time we are going to target the pin which we already created, and we are going to filter it. Okay, so we are going to check the title. For the title, title match, match match, this is the keyword which provided by the Sanity, and we are going to find out this particular search term. Search term, we are going to filter the title by using this particular match. Okay, and then here I'm adding the star. Okay, why I'm adding the star? Because before you finishing the typing, it will try to fetch the detail for that matching term what we are typing over there. Okay, and then right after here, use this that or. Okay, this is called or, and then here we are going to search the category. Okay, we are going to try to find the match along with that search term. Copy it and paste it over here. Okay, let me copy it from here, and right after here we are going to paste it one more time, and I'm instead of category I'm going to search the about now. Okay, so let's all everything is finished. So after this, right after that square bracket, open the angular bracket, press enter. Okay, now what are the things we need? If it finds the match, what are the things we need to get? We need to get the image, because that's the hero of our pin image, and then we need to get the asset. We are getting that asset through the URL, so you need to give URL. Okay, so right after here the image, add the comma, enter, and I need to get the underscore ID. We need the ID, and we need the destination, destination, destination. Then we need to get the information who posted that. So posted po posted posted by. Okay, then open it. In the inside the posted by, we are having the ID of that user, and then you need to get the user name who posted that, and absolutely we need to get the image of that user also. How you need to write the image? Okay, so we need to get the image. It's already the CDN link, so we can fetch it, and then right after here add comma. Okay, so we need to get the save array. We also having the save array. If that particular user like all the saved informations, everything we need to fetch that saved post, saved pin, all those things we need to get. Okay, and we need to get the key underscore key comma posted by, again posted by. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy it from here and then paste it. So while copy and pasting it, make sure you don't make any mistake. Otherwise, it will too hard to find out where you made a mistake. Posted by, opened it. Okay, we are passing the ID, username, image, and I closed it. And then I think one. So here I opened it, and here it's opened and it's closed, and the image is closed, and here we opened it and we closed it. We opened it, close the posted by, close the save, and this is the parameter which is coming from there. Okay, if I save the changes, if I save the changes and everything, so here we need to add the comma, save it. Okay, this is the posted by, so comma, and this after this object we don't have anything, otherwise we need to add the comma over there also. And then now what we need to do is right after here we are going to return that query. Okay, so now the search query is done, so let's go ahead, and then we need to add one more thing, that's the feed query. This is searching for the match, exact match. Okay, if it is not, we need to execute one more query, right? So for that we are getting export const. I'm going to create feed query is equals template string star, open the square bracket, underscore type is equals pin, that's a string, equals pin. Here, yeah, I closed it properly, so pin. And then use this pipeline, and we are going to order it by order. Okay, open and close the bracket, underscore create at. This is the object provided by your Sanity itself. We are going to order all the feed by the time when it's created. Create at DESC in the descending order. Okay, so right after this square bracket, open it and press enter. Now what we need to do is we need all the thing exactly from here to here. Copy it and paste it, and then save the changes. Okay, and this thing, it's done. Okay, so this thing, it's not, we don't need to return a query because it's not an arrow 6 function, it's just a term. Okay, cool. Now we are done with this, so let me expand this little bit, and let me go to the let's go back to the p.jsx where it is over here. Okay, so let's import this first. Import it from the utils dot where it's imported. Yeah, here. And we need one more thing, that's the feed query. And also we need to import the client also. Client, where is that client? Oh, that's an object, so open it. So client from, we need to import that client, otherwise you can't access it. Import the client from double dot slash client. So let me spell it. Perfect. Okay, so now we can see that it's loading now. Okay, so the error is everything is cleared, now it's loading. So right after here, now what we need to do is I'm going to use the client to fetch it. So client dot fetch this particular query. Okay, and that will return the promise. If it have a data inside, then okay, if it have a data inside, set that pins that data, whatever the data it's coming, set it to the pins, and then set the loading as false. Save the changes. Okay, so for currently there is no data for the coding, that's why it's showing this. If I go to home, still it's loading because it's work only if the category ID. If it doesn't have any category ID, we need to load, else open it. Okay, make sure this if is closing here, else open it. We need to fetch the client ID, client dot fetch, and then I'm just directly passing the feed query dot, then that will return a promise. We need to catch it, data. Okay, set that pins, update that state, whatever the data we are getting, and then set the loading as false. Save the changes. Okay, so currently nothing. There is no data. Let's see whether we are getting any data or not. So let me console dot log data. Save the changes. Let me inspect it. Go to console. We are getting a bunch of errors. Why? Save the changes. Refresh it. Yeah, no error. Currently we are getting the length as 0. Why? Let's open the Sanity. Let's go to the pins. We having one pin over here, so we should get that pin now. But we are not getting the pin. Why? Did we made any mistakes? Let's go here to the feed. Let's go and check the schema. Yeah, everything is small case only. Let's go back to the data. Nothing is working. I already published it, and we should get this pin right now over there, but we are not getting it. Why? Let's figure it out. So data, maybe there might be any error. So I think we having a problem in our query only. So where that problem should be, oh, we made a mistake over here. This array should be closed right here. Save the changes. Look at that. Now it's working. Okay, so I messed up with this array. This array should be closed here, right after only we need to call that pipeline symbol and we need to order the record. Cool, now it's working. So I thought we made a mistake. So we successfully bring the data and we loaded and everything. So all we have to do, focus on the masonry layer now. That's what we are going to do next. Okay, then now let's start customizing our masonry layout. Okay, so open up your masonry layout.jsx. Okay, so we need to import few important things over here. So let's import that first. So import masonry from React masonry CSS. Okay, save the changes and import pin. Okay, that's absolutely we not yet created that pin dot slash pin. We need to create this pin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this pin. This will throw an error. Never mind. We'll create that pin dot JSX and REAFCE. For the time being, we will just display the text as pin. Cool. Now that error will gone. So let me close this data.js. We don't need it anymore. And Navbar, we don't need it anymore. Close it. Okay, let's keep it over here. And now what we need to do is I'm going to create a breakpoints. Let's have a look over here. So for the large screen, it's having 5. Okay, for the more than 2000 pixels, it's having the 5 different columns. For the small screen, it's having 2. For the mobile screen, it's having 1. So we need to fix all those breakpoints. So const breakpoints. Okay, breakpoints object obj breakpoints, open it. Okay, by default we are going to give 4 for default. If the pixel size is 3000, then 6, above 3000, above 2000, 5, okay, and 1200, 3, and then 1000, 2, and then 500, 1. I think these breakpoints are really suitable. You guys, it's not necessary to follow the exact same thing. You just play around and feel free to change and make yourself comfortable which breakpoint is suitable for you. But I think this is suitable for me. Okay, so then when I'm calling the masonry layout, I'm sending this pins. So let's destructure that prop into our masonry. Destructure it. And right after here, instead of a division, I'm going to return the masonry. Okay, and that is a self closing, or not a self closing, it's an object. Okay, so let's go back to our over here, our project. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use class name flex, and I'm going to add an animate slide forward. Okay, and then and this will takes a quite few options. Breakpoints column, breakpoint calls. For the breakpoint columns, we need to pass the breakpoints what we created, breakpoints object. Save the changes, and then inside the masonry, what we need to do, we need to render the pins. If there is pins, question mark, condition render it, dot map, open it, render all the pins. Okay, later we have multiple posts and all those things that will have a multiple pins inside it, so we need to render everything. Okay, this is not going to be a function, it's going to be a component. We are rendering a component, so make sure that you're using a normal parenthesis, and inside here I'm going to render that pin. Okay, and that is a self-closing tag, and we need to give the key, otherwise it will throw an error. Key is going to be pin dot underscore id. That's the key, and we are passing the exact complete pin as a prop to the pins. Okay, then class, what I'm going to do, class is going to use with max. Not. Oh, no. We don't need the dynamic block itself, so we can type with max. Save the changes. Now we should get that pin over here, because we are already having only one pin inside there. That's why it's showing the pin. Now all we need to do, go to the pins, and we need to customize that particular pin which is inside the component. Okay, so we all need to import quite a few things inside the pin. So let's import everything, then we'll start doing it. Okay, so first we need to import the use state, not snippet, use state. Then we need to import from the React router DOM. What are the things? Link we need to import, then use navigate we need to import. Oops, these are the things we need to import, and then we need to generate a unique identifier, right? So for that we are going to use the package called UUID, which we already imported. In that we are going to use the version 4 v4 as UUID v4. Okay, save the changes, and I'm going to import few icons. Okay, that's going to be IO cloud. Oh, it's not detecting. From React icons slash IO5. Okay, let's go here, and here what I need to do, I need to import IO cloud download. This one I need to import, this one IO cloud download, and IO arrow redo, this one. These two icons I need to import, and we need to import a few things. AI two-tone. Okay, let's import it. I don't want to type all those things. Slash AI. Cool. From here I'm going to import AI two-tone delete. Say the changes. These are the icons we needed. Okay, then we need the client, so let's import the client as well. We need the client, and then we need the URL for also, because we need to get that CDN link for our image. For that only we created this URL for inside the client. Okay, so we need that, we need to do these two, and we need to fetch the user information. Okay, so we already did that user information, but we did that user information, I hope so, we did that in the login screen, I think so. Login, here we go. This is that user information what we um, user info, where we get that user info, not in the login screen. We get somewhere the user info. So let's search that user info. User info. We created this somewhere. Yeah, here it is inside the home.jsx. See? So we need to copy this and we need to give it over here. So we are using the same line of code again. So this is the right time to keep it in the utility function. So we need the right time to create a utility functions to do that as a utility function to fetch the user details informations. So let's right click and create a new file over here as fetch user.js, and then here we are going to paste that function. Okay, so what I'm going to do is instead of pasting it, I'm going to create a function export const, not console, const fetch user is equals an arrow function, and paste that user info over here, and we are going to return that user info. Save the changes. Now let's go back to the user pin.jsx, and what we are going to do is instead of keeping this user info like this, I'm going to fetch it by import it by using fetch user. Save the changes. Okay, so after this we can use it inside that. So what we need to do is we need to change this in our home also. So in the home we need to change that thing. So let's go to the home now. Inside the home we need to check where we return it. This is the place where we return it, so we don't need this line anymore. Delete it. Inside here, instead of that, we are going to call the fetch user method from the utils.fetch. Save the changes, and that still it's working fine. Cool. Close it, and now let's go back to the pin.jsx. Okay, so I hope we imported all the necessary things what we needed to have in our pin.jsx. So I'm sending a complete pin as a prop. So let me destructure that prop over here. Pin. And inside this pin, I need a very quite few object. What is that object? Posted by. Posted by. And I need the image. And I need the ID underscore ID. And I need the destination. Destination. And I need save. All these things. Okay, bring it up over there. Okay, then now what we are going to do, we are going to um do let's say let's go down and let's start doing the class and all those things. This is going to be a very big one because this is our really important component in our entire project. So we need to save some time to, and we need to do all these changes and everything. Okay, so let's start doing it. Okay, then so now what we need to do is, so over here we don't need this, so let me render it, enter, and here I'm going to create a div. Inside this div I'm going to have a class name, and that it's just going to add a margin space around that particular pin because we need some space around all these pins, so we need some space. Okay, so that only I'm giving that margin over there. And inside this, now what, let's see what we are having. When I hover it, we're having the main image. When I'm hovering that image, we're having this on the top section, we're having this download option, save option, and we're having this destination, and also we're having this delete option. And below that pin we're having this username and the profile name. So we need to display all these things, so let's go there. Okay, so now let's display that. we need to display that image. So let me create that div, one more div. Inside this div, I'm just going to display the image now. So for the time being, image, and then source is just going to be URL for, okay, we having the image which we fetched from the pin property. Then I'm just going to give the width, fixed width as 250, and then I'm going to call the URL, save the changes. Now you should see that image. Look at that. So we successfully fetched that image from the Sanity. So our image is working fine. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce this sharp edges for this class name. It's going to be rounded LG, rounded LG, and then width I'm going to make it full. Save the changes. Cool. Now you can see that our image is occupying the complete thing and it's having the nice sharp edges over there. Everything is working fine. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to do this. When I hover it, I need to display it. If I don't hover it, I need to remove it. That's what we are going to do next. Okay, then now let's add the hover events. So for that, what I'm going to do is for this particular division, okay, for this particular division, I'm going to add a few class name. Okay, so that is going to be the relative and cursor zoom in, and width it's going to be auto, and on hover it's going to, when I'm hovering it, I'm going to use the shadow MD, shadow LG, okay, and I'm going to use the rounded LG, and then overflow hidden, and I'm going to use the transition all, and I'm going to say the duration 500, ease in, ease out. Okay, save the changes, and then after this we are going to add a few event on mouse enter. On mouse enter, I'm going to call a callback function like set. I'm going to call set post hovered. So we not yet created this, and that's going to be true. And on mouse leave, on mouse leave, on mouse leave event, we are setting that back to false. Okay, on mouse leave we are going to set that back to false. So absolutely we not yet created these two things, so we need to create first. What is that? It's just a state. So what I need to do is I need to create a state. So let's go here and use state snippet post hover, and for that initially it's going to be false. Save changes. Okay, so now what I need to do is if that post is hovered, what we need to do, we need to display few things, and then if it is not hovered, we need to remove that state back. Okay, so before that we'll add a click event for this particular division first, because on click, whenever I click this image, so it's need to take to that pin detail. I'm going to call a callback function navigate slash pin detail slash dollar underscore ID. So take that particular thing, navigate, we not yet have the navigate, so let's create const navigate is equals use navigate. Save the changes. Now the error is gone. Refresh it. Okay, so now if I click this, that will takes me to the pin details, so it's working fine. Now let's come back over here. Okay, so what we need to do is, so right after this image, if the post is hovered, and if it is true, we need to render a component. What is that? We are going to render a division. Okay, inside this division I'm going to have one more division, because if you go here, this is the overall division, overall absolute. Inside that we having two divisions, so that's why I created one more division, one division for this, one division for this. Okay, so inside here we are going to have that particular download option. So let's add a few styles for it. Class name, this is going to be the absolute class, and top it's going to be 0, and width it's going to be full, height it's going to be full, flex, and then flex column, justify between items. We don't need to place the items in the center. So padding 1, padding top 2, padding bottom is also 2, and z index 50. Okay, and then for the second division, for this what we're having over here, for this is going to be a flex single row, and justify the between items center. And inside this I'm going to have one more division, and that is going to have a class as flex and the gap as 2. And inside this division I'm going to have an anchor tag, and this anchor tag is going to have an href tag like open it, and it's going to use the template string dollar open it, and image condition render it dot, inside the image we having the asset, inside the asset we having the url dot url, and I'm going to give it question mark dl. This is to download that particular link. Okay, so right after this href, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is a download anchor tag, so download it, and on click I'm going to call a callback function call with an event. So I'm going to stop the propagation. So why the so let me I will explain it why we are adding this stop propagation at by the time when I finish these things. Okay, so save the changes, and inside the anchor tag we need to load that icon. So IO cloud download, save it. Now I can see that icon over here, but I can't see it much clearly. So let's add some class for it. So class, it's going to be bg white. Okay, width 9, height 9, rounded full, flex, item center, justify center, and then text dark, and then text Excel, opacity 75, and then on hover I'm going to change the opacity to 100, and then on hover we are going to add the shadow effects also, shadow MD, and we are going to make the outline as none. Save the changes. Now you can see that download button much clearly. Okay, so now if I click this, it will download that link. Look at that, it's working fine. When I open it, I can see that picture, it's working fine. So behind this picture behind this download button, this picture is having a click event. That means if I click this, it will propagate the entire page. So if I don't have this and refresh this page, okay, so if I click this, see what's happening. When I click it, it's downloading it, but it's also taking me to that particular pin detail page. So we don't want to do that. That's why we are adding this, that stop propagation. So if I stop it, when I click this download button, it will download only that image. It will stop triggering that entire image. So for that particular thing only we are adding the stop propagation. So now we added the this we added this particular download option. So right after this, what we need to do is we need to add this save this button, that particular button over there. So right after this anchor tag and one division tag, press enter. Here I'm going to check if the already saved, if the post it is already saved. Okay, if the post dot length which is not equals to 0, if it is not equals to 0, then I'm going to render a component. Okay, or else I need to render a component. Two important things. So let's fix this. If it is not equals to 0, then button I'm simply going to say as saved. Okay, if it is not equal to 0, if it is equals to 0, I need to render a button and we need to simply display a text as save. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So we need to add the ternary operator over here. We need to check that condition. Ternary operator, it will shows an error, so that's fine because we don't have this already saved over here. So what we need to do is, let's go up a little bit, and then right after this const navigate, we are going to create that already saved. Okay, so save, this is coming from over here, save question mark dot filter. We need to condition render it because initially that save might be null or undefined, so we need to handle that error. So filter it, save dot filter. So this filter method will return a new array if there is any if it is find out that particular item is over there or not. So what I'm going to do, item dot posted by, okay, posted by question mark dot underscore id. If the posted by underscore id which is equals to the user who currently logged in Google ID, so user dot Google ID, it is equal to the Google ID, then we need to, it will filter and it will throws that out. So now we are getting the user error. So we already created that user somewhere in our component, that is the user info. You can see that const user info. We need to copy this particular line and we need to paste it. So now you can see that we are repeating this line more than one time. So this is the right time to add this function in the utility folders. So right click and create a new file called fetch user.js, and then copy this line and paste it over here. Okay, so before that I need to create a new function over here, export const fetch user is equals arrow6 function without any parameter. We'll paste that and we will return that user info. Save the changes. So now we need to use it, that thing over here. So right after here, const user is equals fetch user. So we need to call the function called fetch user. So fetch user will comes from, we need to call this function. This fetch user will comes from this particular line. So where it is coming from, import fetch, it's not showing. Why the suggestion it's not showing, I don't know. Dot double dot slash utils slash fetch user. Now it will work. See, it's working now. Okay, so now that problem is solved. Okay, so here it's showing saved. Okay, so what we need to do is we will wrap everything into it. Dot length. Okay, so now it's the time to this is not a real optimize, like we are checking a boolean value, right? So this is not a proper value to, or proper way to write this complete thing. So what we need to do is we are going to optimize this code. Okay, so let me expand it a little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to show you an optimized way to do this. So how this filter is actually working. So let me show you. This is the value I'm looking at, this is the ID, and I'm having an array like 2, 3, 1. So the filter function will try to find out if this particular ID is inside this particular array, then it will returns like this. The filter function return a new array, then this dot length it's absolutely return the value as 1. Okay, so if I'm trying to search a value which is not inside this array like 4, what will happen? This will returns an empty array, so length will be length. So the length will be 0. So according to the boolean value, 1 means true, 0 means false. So what we need to do is, still we having it's a number. So if I try to get a negative of this 1, what happen? It will return false. If I am trying to get negative of the false, what happens? That will returns the true. So now we are getting the boolean value. The same way, if I am trying to get the negative of the 0, that we will return the true. If I get the negative of the true, that will returns the false. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to apply I need to wrap this like this. Then I need to add the negative value 2 times like this, so that will returns a boolean value, which is exactly what we are looking for right now. If the value is there, that will become true. If the value is not there, that will become false. Save the changes, and now let's go back here. We don't need to check anything over here. Okay, if it is already saved, that means true. If it is already saved, that means true, means that will return the saved along with the save dot length. That should be question mark along with the save dot length as saved. Otherwise it will simply display the save. See, it's showing the save currently because this post is not saved. Okay, so it's working how we expected it should be. So now let's write some custom styles for these buttons so that it will looks awesome. So now what we need to do is we need to add these styles. So hold your alt key and press your cursor over there and here and press enter, and then type is going to be the button, and the class name it's going to be bg red 500. Okay, and opacity is going to be 70. On hover, I'm going to add the opacity as 100, and I'm going to add the text white, and after that I'm going to make the font as bold, and we need to add few more things. So we need to add font bold. Okay, just a minute. Font bold, and then what are the styles we need to add for this? Font bold space px 5 and py 1, and then text is going to be the base size, and then rounded it's going to be 3xl, and then shadow md, and then outline none. Save the changes. So that will gives you this button. Okay, now if I click this, we need to change this thing. It's if I click this, we need to get that save information. Okay, so we need to save this post. For that thing, what I'm going to do is, for this particular button, I'm going to add an on click event. On click, I'm going to call an event because we need to stop this propagation. So e dot stop propagation, and we need to call a function called save pin, which we absolutely not yet created. So save pin, and we need to send that ID, save the changes. So no issue, the save pin is not yet created, so let's go ahead and we'll create that save pin where we need to create. So right after, we don't need this anymore, let me delete it, so that will mess up. So right after here, so const save pin is equals, and we are passing the ID as the parameter, and open the function, give some space. Okay, so if not already saved, if it is not already saved, then client, which we already added there, dot patch, we are going to patch it with the ID what we are passing into it. If the ID is missing, dot set if dot set if missing, we are going to set the save as an empty array. Otherwise, we are going to insert a value, insert where after. Okay, so here you can see that we are going to insert, these are the positions, you can see that replace, before, after. Okay, and we need to pass the value where we are going to insert it in the save, and which location, last one, -1, in the last index we are going to save. After this, we are going to pass the bunch of array of objects, the value which we need to insert into that particular index. Okay, I'm going to pass the key is going to be the UUID, uniform identifier. Okay, and here after this I need to send the user ID, which we are already having in the Sanity. That use for that user ID, we are passing the user dot google ID. Add the question mark whenever we are fetching the value, because even if it is null or any error, it will be handled. That's why I'm adding the question mark everywhere. Then I need to send the posted by whom. So posted by, it's an object, and here you need to add a comma, otherwise it will show an error. Okay, posted by what particular type it is. It is posted by. Then reference, we need to pass the reference. Who's the reference? User is the reference. We are passing that Google ID. Now, okay, so after all this, we need to commit the changes. So dot commit, where for the where your insert is closing, right over there, we need to commit it. Okay, that will return a promise dot then. Okay, we are calling that callback function. Then window dot location dot reload, we are reloading the entire window. Save the changes. Now there is no error. If everything is working fine, if I click this, it's reloading, and look at that, this particular post is saved now. So now our save, it's working fine. Okay, so after this, what we need to do is we need to add this destination and this delete option. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now let's add the destination and the delete button. So what you need to do is, so right after this button, we are finishing this already saved, and after this we are completing this particular division. So after here, press enter. So here we are going to create one more division. Okay, and let's add the class for that. So class name, and it's going to be the flex justify between item center, and the gap, it should be 2, and width is going to be full. Inside this division, we are going to add, I'm going to check the destination if there is destination, and we are going to render this component. If there is no destination, you don't need to render it. Okay, I'm going to create an anchor tag, and then inside this anchor tag I'm going to display the IO arrow redo, which we already imported, and after this we are going to simply display the destination. Okay, we are going to display the destination. So this anchor tag is going to have a quite a few. Let me save the changes. Okay, so here you can see that it's having this text now. It's displaying the text because of the dark background. It's not showing available. So let's add something. Let's add a few changes over here. Okay, so this should take us to that particular destination. Okay, and then target. Okay, it's going to open a blank target. That means blank. It should open in a new tab, not in a current tab. And the relation, if you are using a blank, you should give the no referrer. NOREFFERER, no referrer. Okay, then on click, okay, on click we need to stop the propagation. E dot stop propagation. Okay, save the changes, and after this we need to add the class name. So class name, it's going to be, we need to add a quite a big, very big class for it. Okay, so class name, first it's going to use the bg white, and then flex items center, and then gap, it's going to be 2, and the text is going to be in the black color, and font it's going to be in the bold, and padding it's going to be 2, PL padding left it's going to be 4, padding right it's going to be 4, and rounded it's going to be full, and opacity it's going to be 70. On hover, the opacity it's going to be 100, and on hover I'm going to add the shadow MD. Save the changes. Let's see. Look at that. When I hover in, you can see that it's showing that destination, but you can see that it's a very big destination over here. When I click this, let's open it in a new tab, and it's loading that information. But what I need to do is I need to slice this URL over here. So for that, what I need to do is, if the destination dot length is greater than 15, if the destination length is greater than 15, then I need to slice it. So what I'm going to do is destination dot slice. We have a function called slice. So from the 0 to 15, next 15 characters. Okay, after this I need to simply display like a triple dot, so it will display like a more text is over there. Then destination. Okay, if the destination length, only if it is greater than 15, we are going to do this. Look at that. So it starts from the 0th position, and it will goes until the 15th position, 15th character. After that it will add this triple dot. Okay, cool, it's working fine. Okay, so now what we need to do is, okay, we need to add a delete button over here. So we added the destination, and we need to add the delete button over here. So what we have to do is, so right after this anchor tag, we are finishing that destination over here, and over here I need to check the posted by. So posted by dot underscore ID and user Google ID. If both are equal, then only we are going to render a component. That means if I post this image, I need to see this delete button. If someone posted this image, I'm not supposed to see that delete button over there. That's why we are checking over here. If the posted ID and the Google ID is equals, display this delete button. So what I need to do, I need to display a button over here. Button. And that button type is going to be button. And on click, we are going to call an event, and we are going to stop the propagation. Okay, and then inside this button we are going to load the that delete button which we already imported, two tone delete, AI two tone delete. Save the changes. Now we can see the icon over here. Okay, but it's too dark, so let's add some styles for it. Class name. Okay, we need to add some class for these things. So class name, it's going to be bg white. Okay, so this is going to be a quite a big class name. So bg white, padding 2, opacity 70, and on hover opacity 100. Okay, and the text red 500, and font bold, and the text size is going to be text base size, rounded full, and the shadow MD, and outline none. Save the changes. Let me refresh it. Still I can't see that. Why? User.google ID. Okay, this post is not created by this particular user. Then who created this post? Oh, this is created by the dummy post which we added. So let me edit it. Edit. So actually we having two users, right? So edit. So this clear. Let me clear it, and we'll add the this is the Gmail user. So publish it. Now it will be fine. Now if I go and refresh here, now you can see here we having that particular delete button. Okay, cool. So previously I used the wrong user to in the posted by field, that's why it's not showing. Now we can see that delete by account. Now when I click this, we need to call a function. So I'm going to call a function over here that is going to be the delete pin function, and this delete pin function, it's going to be we need to open a function. Okay, so and for this I'm going to pass the ID. If I say this, it will throws an error because we don't have this function in over here. So scroll up, so where this function is finishing right over here, and we are going to create a function called delete pin, and I'm going to pass the ID, and I'm going to open an arrow 6 function. So this will delete that particular user. Okay, so let's click, and what I'm going to do is first I'm going to fetch the client. So client dot delete method is there, and I'm going to pass that ID, delete it, that will return the promise, and using the callback function we are going to reload it. If it is written any promise, we are going to read the window dot location dot reload. Okay, so now if I click this, it will delete it, but I'm not going to delete it because this is the only one post I'm having it, so we will check it later. So now what I need to do is, if I go here, you can see that it's having this user informations over there. So next what we need to do, we need to bring that user informations over there. So we displayed that destination and the download button and everything. Now what we need to do is we need to display that user information, who created that and all those things. So after this button, right after here, we don't need this division. After this, and even after this particular division, that means where this is ending over here, and where this entire division is ending over here. So right after here we need to create the user profile. So let's create the link tag which we added from the router DOM, and this is going to be to. Okay, if I click this, I'm going to send that user to the user profile. So user profile slash dollar, open it, posted by question mark dot underscore ID. Okay, save the changes. If I click that link, it will takes me to that particular link. So then for this, I'm going to add a class name. So class name, it's going to be flex gap 2 empty 2 items center. Inside this link, I'm going to display an image tag, which is going to be the user image, which is the posted by question mark dot image. Okay, and then I'm going to add a class name for it, class name, and that is going to be width 8, height 8, rounded full, object cover. Save the changes. Now we can see that user profile. If I click this, that will send it to that particular user profile. So it's working good. If I go back here, we can see that, and I need to display right after that image, I need to display the user name also. So paragraph tag, class name, and this is going to be font semi bold, and it should be capitalized. And here we will display that posted by user name. Save the changes. So that will display the username over here. So everything is working fine. So we added successfully that user information. Now it's the time to check whether our post is working fine or not. So we will go and create one more post. So let me create one more pin. Let's say new post. Okay, new post about something, and destination, let's say google.com. So https://www.google.com, and then category, let's say um, photography or something. Okay, and after here, let's choose the image, upload, and for the time being, let's say I'll choose this image, Groot. I am Groot. Select that picture. Okay, so this will be loaded up over here. Yep, it's loaded. And user ID, we need the user ID, right? Go to the user. This is the user. We are currently active. Go to API, copy inspect element, copy this ID, go back to the pin, and give that user ID over there because we need it. Give the user ID over here, and the post is saved by Retrivail Ravi. Cool. Click publish, and now if we refresh our page, we should see two posts. Look at that, how that masonry grid is added up over here. So if I click save, this will be saved. It's refreshed and it's saved. Now if I click this delete, that should be deleted. Cool, that post is successfully deleted, guys. So we successfully implemented the pin. So go ahead and feel free and add few more pin over here. And next, what we are going to do, we are going to create the pin. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now it's the time to create the pin by ourselves. If I click this, it's going to user profile. If I click this, it's take us to the create pin. So now it's the time to customize the create pin by ourselves. So let's go to the pin container, where it is, not home. Let's close this, and then we will close this, close this, close this. So let's open the pin over here. Actually, I forgot to inform you that, so we used the user info over here and we changed it to the utility function, right? So we need to change it in the home also. In the same home container, we are using the same line over here, so we don't need to have this line anymore. All we have to do, just
to fetch the user from the utils function. So this will work fine. Okay, I forgot to tell you previously. So let's close this, and now let's open the pin container. Where is the pin container? Here we're having this create pin. So hold your control key and click it. That will take us to the create pin. So first what we need to do is we need to import all the necessary things to this component. So use state. Okay, and then we need to import a few icons from React icons slash bi. So what is that icon is going to be is bi cloud upload. Okay, and we are going to import again from React icons. Let me copy it, and here this time it's going to be md. Inside the material design icon, md delete. This is the icon we are going to import, and then I'm going to import the use navigate, which is from React router DOM, and we are going to import the client, that's from client, and we are going to import the spinner, that's from spinner, and we are going to import the categories, which is coming from the utilities data. Okay, and we also import the states, whatever the states we needed for this particular component. So use state command, use state snippet. So first is going to be the title, set title, press your tab key. Initially it's going to be empty, and then use state snippet, and this is going to be for about, set about, and here we are going to have an empty state, and then use state snippet. This is for destination, set destination. Initially the destination is going to be empty as well, and then this is for loading. Use state snippet for loading and set loading. Loading initially it's going to be false, and use state snippets. This is for fields. We need to verify whether all the fields are entered or not, so it's going to be false initially. Then use state category, sorry, use state, this is for a category. Okay, category, category, set category. Initially it's going to be null. Okay, and use state snippet, use that snippet, and this is for image asset, whether that image asset it's uploaded properly or not. Okay, initially it's going to be null. And last state, wrong image. If the user is uploading the wrong image type, we need to display the information false, so it's going to be false. Okay, these are the states we needed. And one more thing, const navigate is equals use navigate hook. Cool, these are all the necessary things we needed. So now let's start write these styles for your create pin component. Okay, so first we'll write the styles for this. So flex column, justify center, items center, margin top 5, and then for the large device, height is going to be 4 by 5. For very large device I'm talking about. Now the pin is exactly in the center. Cool. And inside this, instead of this, what I'm going to display, first I need to check the error. So here we are going to check the, set the error messages. We are going to print the error message. So if the fields, and if the fields is true, that means if that is, it's containing the error, you need to render this particular component. What is that? That's a paragraph. It's a paragraph, and this is going to have a class name like text red 500, and text excel, and transition all, duration 150, and ease in out. Inside this paragraph we are going to display the field like please fill in all the fields. Save the changes. Currently it displays nothing because the fields is false. If I change it to true, that will display this message. Cool. Now let's change this back to false itself. We don't want to display that. Okay, so right after here, now what we need to do, we need to create a division. So create a division. Okay, so that division, it's going to have a very big CSS classes. Okay, so let's write that. So just give me a moment. Yeah, so this division is going to have a very big class. Let's start writing the class that's going to use the flex. Okay, for large device it's going to be flex row. Okay, and for apart from that we are going to use the flex column. Okay, and then justify the content center and items center, and the background is going to be white, and for large device the padding is going to be 5, and for normal device the padding is going to be 3, and for large device the width is going to be 4 by 5, and for normal device width is going to be full. Okay, and inside this division we are going to create one more division. So let me break it here so that you can see it clearly. These are the styles. Okay, so let me bring it back to the normal, and here class name. Okay, so what are the things? This BG is going to be the secondary color, and then padding 3, flex 0.7, width full. Save the changes. Now you can see this nice design over here. Cool. Inside this division, absolutely we are going to create one more division, and that it's going to be have a class name called flex justify center items center flex column and border 2 and border dotted border dotted yep, and then border color is going to be gray 300, width is going to be full width, height I'm going to fix the height as 420. Save the changes. Look at that. Now we have this nice create pin area where we are going to upload the images and everything. So inside here, now what I need to do is, so if the image, if it is keep on loading, so we need to, if it is loading, I need to display the spinner class. Save the changes. Currently it's display nothing because it's false. If you change it to true, that will display the loader over here. Cool, it's working fine. Now let me change it to false. After that, we need to write wrong image type, and if it is a wrong image type, we need to display a paragraph. We need to render a paragraph. What is that? You need to display the messages wrong image type. Currently this wrong image type will not work. Why? Because that's also false. If you change it to true, that will be displayed like this. Cool. So let me change back it to false. Okay, so now what we need to do is I need to check the image asset. Okay, so right after here, okay, right after here, if not the image asset, then what we need to do, I need to render something, and if it is not, I need to render something. So for the time being here, I'm just going to type a paragraph tag, and I'm going to type here as something else. Okay, and here I'm going to render a label. Okay, so save the changes, and inside this label what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a division. Okay, inside this division is going to have a quite a few classes. So later I'll show you what we are going to type over here. But for now, I'm just going to type it over here. What else we need to do? We are just going to type it over here. Okay. So let me, why the bracket is removed? Enclose this inside a bracket and enclose this inside a bracket. And this is going to have a class name. Okay, so class name, and that class name is going to be flex column, and item center, justify center, and hatch full. Okay, inside this we are going to have one more division, and that's also going to have a specific class name called flex, and that is going to have a flex column and justify center, items center, cursor pointer. And inside this division we are going to have a paragraph tag, and that paragraph tag is going to display the icon called cloud upload, which we added over there, and it's going to have a class name that is going to be font bold and text to XL. Save the changes. Let's delete it. Now you can see that particular icon over here, but what we do is we'll change this to division. Save the changes. Still nothing happening. So what we can do is revert it and add the font size over here. Let's say 30. Cool, that's better now. Okay, so after this division, I'm going to add one more paragraph tag, and that paragraph tag is going to say click to upload. So class name, it's going to be text LG, text LG. Save changes. That will display the text over here. Cool. So now everything is working fine. Then what we need to do is, so right after this division, after the paragraph and after this division, we need to add one more paragraph. That paragraph is going to display the text like use high quality images less than 20 MB. Save the changes. Look at that. So we will add some classes for this. So class is going to be margin 32, margin top, text gray color, it's going to be 400. So that will be displayed like this. Cool. How awesome it is. And right after here, now what we need to do above this label and below this division, enter, we need to add an input tag to upload an image. So input tag, and that type is going to be not a text, it's going to be a file. And then name of that input tag, it's going to be upload hyphen image. We are going to upload an image, that's why. Then on change, we are going to upload an image. This is a function, we not yet created it, and the class name it's going to be width 0, height 0. Okay, so we not yet created it, so we need to create it. If you save it, it will throw an error. No issue, that's very natural. So we need to create this function. So let's go ahead and create that function. So go to the top, and after the use navigate and create that function cost use upload. We will create an arrow function and we will pass the event. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so first I'm going to get the values from the files which we uploaded. Okay, to get that, what we need to do is const, okay, file equals e dot target dot files of 0th array. Save the changes, and now if I console.log that file, let's see what's happening. Let me inspect the elements, console log it, close it, no errors. If I click this, now it will open. If I select any file, we are getting that file property over here. Cool. We are getting the name and we are getting the type. These two are the important thing, name and type. Okay. So this is the file object. We will destructure it and we will get the type and as well as the name of the file, what file it is. So delete this. We don't need it anymore. Now we have it. Okay, so now if I'm checking the if condition, because if we are giving only the specific type, apart from that, if the user uploading any other thing, we are not supposed to allow the user to upload it. So if the type, if the type is equals to slash image slash png, or let me copy it and paste it. If it is svg, or if it is JPEG, or if it is JPG, or if it is GIF, or if it is TIFF, TIFF. Okay, if any of these things, we need to allow the user to upload it, or else we are not supposed to allow the user to upload the image. So set wrong image type as false. No need to change anything, and the set loading as the true. Okay, else what we need to do, we need to set wrong image type as true. If apart from that, if apart from these any other images type is uploaded, we will set the warning message wrong image type. Otherwise we will set that type as a false and will enable it as a true. Let's see whether it's working or not. If I choose this, look at that, it's working. The loading is it's keep on loading. Okay, cool. Now let's, after the set loading, what we need to do is, so we need to access the client dot assets folder, assets dot upload. We need to upload that asset. What is that upload? We are going to upload it as an image. We are going to image. And what is the file? E dot target dot files of zeroth array, comma, otherwise better copy it and paste it over here because we already executed it, it's working fine. Copy it and paste it, and then I'm going to pass a bunch of object in it. What is that? First you need to pass the content type. What particular content type? You are passing the type, what is the image is get uploaded, and the file name, what is the name of the file which we get uploaded. Okay, so that will return a promise and we need to get it. So that is going to be the doc. Open the arrow function and the set image asset. We are setting that image asset of that response, and we are finally set the loading to false. Okay, if that any error is coming, we need to catch that error. So catch, if there is any error, we are going to console log that error. So console dot log image upload, we having some error, save the changes. So this will be handled perfectly. So now if I click this, it will ask you, it will ask us to select the file and it will be uploaded and everything. But we need to, once everything is selected and it's uploaded, we need to display that image over here. So let's go ahead, and this is the time to alter our something else that's we added in our as a paragraph tag. So delete this. Instead of this, I'm going to create a div with a class name, and this is going to be the relative position, and height it's going to be full. Okay, inside this division I'm going to have an image which we uploaded to our image asset colon dot URL. That's the image source we are going to display, and I'm going to add a few class for this class. It's going to be with full, height full. And after this image, we are going to add one more button, and that button is nothing but our delete button. In case if you wish to change that image once it's uploaded, you can simply delete it and you can change it. Okay, and for this class name, and we need to add the type. It's going to be normal button. And now let's add the class name, and this is going to be a very big class name. Okay, so let's add it, and that button is going to be the absolute button, and from the bottom 3, right 3, padding 3, rounded full, bg white, and text excel, and cursor pointer and outline none, and on hover we need to add some shadow MD, and duration 500, ease in, ease out, transition all, transition all. After this, save the changes, and even after this we need to add one more event on click. On click, we are going to call a callback function that set image asset as null. Save the changes. Now let's see, if I click here and if I choose any picture, if I click OK, it's loading, and look at that, an image is uploaded over here. If I click this, it will be deleted. I can choose another image. If I click it, that will be uploaded and displayed over there. Look at that, how awesome it is. So we successfully created the image upload. Now we need to focus on the field forms. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now let's carry on the form fields. We already done the image, so let's move on to that. So right after your image file upload, after these two divisions, press enter. So we need to start doing the work over there. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a quite few field settings. Damn. Okay, so here this is for our input fields. Okay, so I'm just going to create a division, and this division is going to have a class name like flex and flex1 and flex column, and gap is going to be 6, and for the large screen padding left is 5, margin top 5, width, oops, margin L 5, and then margin top 5, and then width it's going to be full. Inside here, first we are going to fix the title field. So this is for title, and I'm going to create an input type. It's going to be the text only, and then enter. Here I'm going to type a quiet value. It's going to display the title state which we already created, title state, and then on change I'm going to update the state value. So e is equals set title e dot target dot value. We are setting that value whenever we are typing something, we are changing, we are updating that state, and that state value will be immediately updated back to your input. Cool. So where the placeholder, it's going to be add your title here, and save the changes. Now you can see that input field over here. If I'm typing something, it's immediately working. Cool. Let's add the class name. So class name outline none. Then text size is going to be base, and for small devices text LG. Okay, and the border bottom it's 2, and border gray it's 200, and the padding it's 2. And after that, yeah, save the changes. Okay, so now what we need to do is save the changes over here. You can see that it's looking good. Cool. So after this image tag, what I need to do is I need to display the user who's already signed in. I need to display that user. So user. So if the user and then we are going to render the component user only, right? We created, did we? I think we not yet created this. Actually, for the create pin, from where the pin we are sending the prop for the create pin. That's the user. So destructure that prop and use that user inside over here. Now we have the user details. Okay. So then now what we need to do, we need to fetch the user details. So I'm going to give the division, and that division is going to have a class name like flex. Okay. And then gap 2, margin top and bottom 2, items center, BG white, rounded LG. Okay, cool. Then image, we are going to display the image. That image is going to be user question mark dot image, and then we are going to add a class name, and that class name is going to be width 10, height 10, then rounded full. Okay, and after this image tag we are going to display the paragraph tag, and that's going to be font bold, and here user question mark dot user name. Save the changes. That should display this. Look at that. Cool. Now what we need to do is after this we just need to copy this input tag and right over here, this is for now about, and paste it. This time it's going to be about, and set title is going to be set about, and instead of add your title here, we just need to write what is your pin about. What is your pin about? Question mark. Okay, save the changes. Boom. Cool. It's working. So right after this, now we need to bring up the destination. Let's do the same thing. What we are going to do, paste it here, destination, and set title. Instead of set title, we are going to do set destination, and then add title over here. Instead of add title over here, you can say add a destination here. Okay, and right, save it, and now you can see the destination over there. And right after that, what we need to do is we need to give an option to choose the category, on what particular category we are going to upload it. So div class name flex and flex column. Inside this, one more division, and we are going to upload the paragraph, and that paragraph is going to have a class margin bottom 2, and font semi bold, and text LG, and SM for small device text Excel. Okay, inside this paragraph tag I'm just going to give choose pin category. Save the changes. That will be displayed like this. Then after this paragraph, what you need to do is you need to display the select option. Select. Okay, and then on change we are going to change it on change, and E setting the calling an event. So set category is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, and then class name it's going to be outline none, width 4 by 5, text is going to be base, and border it's going to be b2, and border gray it's going to be 200, and padding 2, and then rounded md, rounded md cursor pointer. Okay, so after here, now what we need to do is inside this select we need to display the options. So option value it's going to be other, and then class name it's going to be bg white. Okay, inside this option we are just going to display select category. Save the changes. Let's see what's happening. Now look at that, we're having the select category option. So after this option, we need to display the categories. So categories which we already having, if the categories there, and then so categories dot map, open it, I will get the category one by one and open it, and then render a component. What component? We are going to render a component that is the option value. In this place now value is going to be our category dot name. That's our option, and you need to render that same category name inside the option itself. Save the changes. Now that will displays all the category over here. Look at that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a few class name for this class name. Okay, so I'm going to customize it for our purpose. So text is going to be base, and border it's going to be 0, outline it's going to be none, capitalize, and bg it's going to be white, and text black. Save the changes. Let's verify it. If I click this, cool, now we're having a nice category over there. Look at that, guys, it's coming now, it's getting shape. Okay, so we successfully done that particular select option. So right after this select option, this is where it's ending, and this is the division is ending. So after here we are going to create one more division, and that division is going to have a class name. That's the flex justify ends item end margin top 5, because here we are going to have a button. Okay, so that's the button. Inside this button we are going to say save pin, and this is going to have a quiet options. That's going to be the button, and on click we are going to call a function called save pin, which not yet created, and the class name it's going to be, we need to create a class name for this, and that's a very big class name for it. Okay, so bg red 500. Okay, and the text is going to be white color, and font is going to be bold and rounded md, and width is going to be 28, and outline it's going to be none, and padding it's going to be 2. On hover I'm going to display shadow md, and the duration it's going to be 150, and transition all, and ease in out. Save the changes. Now it will throws an error because we don't have the save pin function. Let's see whether they have the button or not. Nope, because it's not allowing to render because this function is not there. Let's go there, go to the top, and let's create this function first, then we will see whether
Okay, so right after this function, upload, where it is finishing, yeah, over here. So const save pin is equals arrow function. Save these changes, and now you can see this button. This button is quite not neat. So let's add some padding. Save the changes. Look at that. Now it's looking good. Let's go there. Let's go to the top. Where is that function? Save pin over here. Enter. Okay. So if we have all the, oh, come on, title, and we having that about, and we having the destination, and if we having the image asset colon underscore id, question mark colon underscore id, and category, then allow the user to create the doc, or else set the fields to true. That means that error message, and set timeout. We need to remove that immediately. Okay, after 2 seconds. Set fields equals false. Okay, so if it is true, what we need to do? So we need to create a doc. If it is true, I'm going to create a doc. Oops, not this one. Open it. Okay, underscore type, it's going to be pin, comma, with title, comma, about, comma, destination, comma. So in JavaScript, if your key and your value are both are in the same name, you can just simply type the value that will automatically take the key, so you don't need to worry about it. So I'm just typing the title and about and destination because these are the same names which we are using in the pin component. And for image, we are going to pass a quite a few options. Type is going to be an image. It's just like this. Then asset, it's going to be a type as a reference, REFERENCE, blind mistake, REFERENCE, reference, and we need to pass the reference. That reference it's going to be image asset question mark dot URL, not URL, sorry, underscore ID, that's the reference. And then after this, after this, here, because this is where our image is ending. Cool. So user underscore user ID colon user question mark dot underscore ID. Okay, and then we need to pass the posted by, who posted this, comma, posted by b capital colon question mark underscore type colon posted by is the type, and then we need to pass the reference for it. Reference, it's going to be user question mark dot underscore ID. This is not a string. User question mark underscore ID, comma, and after here comma, I need to pass the category, comma, and then here semicolon. We successfully created the document. Okay, if the document everything is created, right after here inside the if condition itself, client dot create the doc which we created, that will return a promise, and we need to call it an arrow function. If everything is done, navigate back the user to the root directory. Cool, we created it successfully. Let's see whether everything is working fine or not. If I click save pin, oh, not this, Let me refresh it. Now if I click the save pin, that will display this message and it's gone. So let me upload it. Upload the image, click open, uploaded, and let's give a title, Windows 11 logo, nice design, and let's say destination URL, let's say office.com, https://www.office.com, and let's select the category. Let's say we select this category in the vector, and if I click save pin, that should save this detail and go back to the home. Look at that, it's successfully done. If I click the vector, and that image is added over there. Cool. If I click save, it's saved now. Cool, it's saved. And if I click download, it should download. If I open it, I can see that image. Look at that, guys, we successfully done creating. So go ahead and take your time and add the much few more pins over here. Okay, so next what we are going to do, we are going to create the user profile. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so before going to the user profile, we not yet completed the pin details because that's really important. So we need to complete that pin details. So let me close this create pin, and I'll open this pin details over here. We need to customize these pin details completely. Okay, and we need to import all the necessary things. To save our time, I'm just copying it and pasting the input statements only. Okay, so you just create this exact same copy, same import statements and everything. Just go ahead and copy and paste and just import all the necessary things what we needed. Okay, so here we having this pin details more pin query and pin more details query. This is nothing but the query which helps you to fetch the pin details and the recommended pin details. Okay, I given those things in the description, so you can copy it and paste it inside your data.js. So let me copy it and paste it over there. Okay, so just a moment, let me go to the data.js. So what we having the categories, and we having the user query, and we also having the um, search query, and after the search query we having the feed query. So after this we need to have pin detail more query and pin detail query. We need to have those two informations. Okay, save the changes and save the changes over here, close it. Okay, so after this what we need to do is, just a moment, let me close this, we don't need this. Okay, so now inside this we need to add a few more things inside the more pin details. So let me copy that and then I'll paste it over here. These are the states which we needed to maintain the complete details for our things. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so if what I need to do here, I'm checking if there is no pin detail. If there is no pin detail, I'm just going to return the spinner. Return the spinner with the message. What is that message? Loading pin detail. And this, it should be as string. Okay, save the changes. Okay, so currently nothing is happening. Why? It should start loading now, but it's not yet start loading. Why? Mm, mm, mm. Okay, so this, it's taking the user as a prop. We are fetching the user from over here where it is pin detail. Yeah, over here we are fetching that user information. Okay, and then um what we have to do is we need to fetch the user information. We need to fetch the user information. For instance, currently for time being, here we are setting this set pin detail as to null. So if it is false or true, nothing is changing. So let's keep it as null itself. So what we need to do is, if not pin detail, then we are returning that thing, right? So we need to fetch the pin detail first. We need to fetch using, because we having this pin ID which we are getting from the URL param. So we having that thing over here. So right after here, I'm going to create a function to fetch the pin detail. Fetch pin detail function equals, okay, so let query equals pin detail, pin detail query. This is the thing, and I'm passing the pin ID into it. That will, after that, if that query, if there is a query, then client dot fetch query dot, then we have a data, and that will be passed inside. So here I'm setting that pin detail. So set pin detail to the data. So this is the actual pin detail. So after this, I need to get the suggestions, the recommended pin details for the users also. So for that purpose only, I'm checking again. If there is data of 0, that means the first array, then create one more query. Query is equals pin more pin query. I'm passing that data 0, the complete data, and I'm going to fetch client dot fetch query dot, then resource equals open it, set pins, set pins of that complete resources, complete response. Okay, we are getting that a complete response, and we are setting to it. Save the changes, and then right after here, I'm going to use the use effect. Use effect, open it, and I need to call that function. So whenever the pin ID is changing, this should be re-rendered. Okay, here I'm going to call the fetch pin detail. Fetch pin detail. Save the method. Okay. So if there is pin detail, refresh it. It's loading now. Okay, because that is a pin detail. We having the pin detail. So if that is, so I'm just giving here, if there is no pin detail only, you should load it. Okay, if that is pin detail, you should render this particular thing. So we are getting that particular pin detail. Now look at here, I'll delete it. That means if pin detail, return the spinner. If you're having the pin detail, return it. So currently it's having the pin detail in its hand. That's why it's showing that. If it is not, okay, if it is not only, we need to display that return statement. Otherwise, return this statement. So now we can start writing the styles for our pin details. Okay, complete pin details. So just a second. So let me go. Okay, so let's go and start writing the division. So here inside this, I'm going to pass a division. I'm going to pass the class name, and it's going to be flex. And for Excel devices, very big, large, it's going to be flex row and flex column and margin auto, BG white, padding 4. Okay, inside this division, okay, inside this division, I'm going to manually hardcode few styles also. Okay, few styles inside it, and it's going to be max width. Max width is going to be 1500 pixels, and the border radius it's going to be 35 pixels. Save the changes. And inside this division, now what we need to do is we need to get the image of the pin. So class name, it's going to be flex justify center, items center. For medium devices, item start, and then flex initial. Okay, and inside here we are going to have that image tag. Image is nothing but, okay, this time this image is going to be pin detail, pin detail question mark dot image. Okay, not this pin detail, this one, small one, pin detail. So pin detail dot image and URL for open it. So pin detail dot image, close the bracket, dot URL. Save the changes. So that should, okay, load the image, and we need to add the class for this. So class name, so rounded 3XL and rounded bottom LG. So there is some issue, I think so. Let me go and check. Console, invalid prop. It's showing invalid prop for the element image. What is the invalid prop over here? Now is it showing that error? No, now we are not getting that error. So let's close it and pin detail question mark dot image. Okay, so I already copied it, right? So let me paste that one over here. So paste it, save the changes, and that's bringing our image over here. Look at that. So now we having that pin image over here. So our pin image is successfully loaded. So after this, now all we have to do just to bring all the necessary pin details. So now we need to bring the pin details. Okay, so right after this image we're having one division, after that pin details. So open up one more division. Okay, and we are going to have the class name for this. Width is going to be full, padding it's going to be
5, and flex it's going to be 1, and for Excel devices minimum width it's going to be 620. Okay, and here first what we are going to do, we are going to display the URL destination and the download. We are going to display those two things. So let's create a div. Inside here we are going to have a class name, and that's going to be the flex justify between items center. And inside this we are going to have one more division, and that it's going to have a class name. Okay, and that class name it's going to be same flex gap, it's going to be 2, and items center. Inside this division we are going to have a anchor tag, and that anchor tag it's going to be different. Okay, it's going to be a download button. So we already added this download for our let's say, what is that download? IO cloud download, this one. IO download this one. So copy this, so we don't need to waste our time in typing the same things, same class things. Save the changes, but this time here instead of image dot we need to give pin detail question mark dot image. Save the changes, so that will display this download option over here. That helps you to download this particular image. Okay, so now we're having that download option. So right after this division we need to bring up our destination also. So what we need to do is we just create one more anchor tag. Okay, and then instead of this href I'm going to type the pin detail question mark dot destination. Okay, so you need to type the destination over here, and then right after this one it's going to be a target blank, and the reference it's going to be no referer, like this. Okay, then what we need to do is we are going to display the destination. We already display the same destination in our destination in the same format. So copy this format and paste it over here, but instead of simply plain destination we need to pass pin detail dot destination. Save the changes, so that will display the destination over here, that URL destination over here. Okay, so cool, that it's successfully done. So then what we need to do is after write this destination we need to display the pin title. So right after this anchor tag and this one more division, enter, and here we are going to display the title. Okay, this pin title. So let's create one more division, and here we are going to have the h1 tag, and that h1 tag is going to have a class name called text for Excel, and then font bold, margin top 3, and the break words. Okay, and here I'm going to type the pin pin title. Save the changes. Here we go. So we have our pin title right over here. Right after this h1 tag we need to display the about of that particular title. So margin top 3, and I'm going to display the pin detail about. Say the changes, that will display the pin detail about over here. Okay, so right after this particular division, after this paragraph we need to display the user details. We need to display the user details. Okay, so pin after the pin title we are going to display the user detail. After this title ending we are going to display the user detail, and that user detail it's going to be a link, because if you click that link it should take the user profile. So link. Okay, inside this we are going to add the user path 2, Okay, we need to add the user profile path. So template string, and then you need to add the user profile slash colon, open it, paste the pin details, posted 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 by question mark dot underscore id. So make sure pin detail posted by question mark underscore id. Okay, and then you need to give the class name. That is going to be flex gap 2 and margin top 5, items center and bg white and rounded lg. Okay, so right after here I need to display the user image, and the user image is going to be pin detail dot posted by question mark dot image. Save the changes. That should display the user image over here. Let's add some class name for it. Width is going to be 8, height is going to be 8, and rounded full object cover. Save the changes. Now it should looks like this. If you wish to make it a little bit bigger, you can make it a little bit bigger, like 10. That's more than enough. Okay, I am okay with this. And then after this image I need to display the text as well. So paragraph tag, so class name, that's font semi bold and then capitalize. Okay, and then here we need to paste the posted by question mark dot user name. Save the changes. That will display the username over here. So you can see that when I hover it, you can see that link. So that will takes you to that particular user profile. Okay, it's working fine. And now what we need to do is right after here, we need to create the comments section for our this particular thing. Okay, user wants to comment over here, so we need to do the comments. So this is for the comment section. So let's add the h2 tag, and then class name it's going to be margin top 5, and the text is going to be 2xql, and that is going to be the comments. See the changes. Now you can see that comments over here. And then now what we need to do after this, we need to create one more division, and that's going to have the class name and max height of 370, maximum height of 370, overflow y auto, and then hide, you need to hide it, so hide scroll bar. Save the changes. And right after here I'm going to open the conditional rendering. If the pin detail have the comments, then dot map. Okay, make sure that you added this question mark over here, otherwise it will throws an error. So if the pin details dot comments dot map, if there is any comment comma I is equals, okay, and instead of function it's going to be a component. We are going to render a div. Okay, and that div is going to have a class name, that is flex gap 2 and empty 5, items center bg white, rounded lg. Okay, and then we need to pass the key as the index, otherwise it will throws an error. Currently there is no comments over there, that's why it's displaying like that. If it's having that comments, we need to display that user image who posted that comment, right? So comment dot posted by dot image, class name width 10, height 10, rounded full object cover, and then cursor pointer.
Save the changes. So currently there is no comments over there. That's why it's showing like that. Currently there is no comments. If there is comments over there, it will be what fine. So div, I will show you what we are doing right now, and then flex column. Okay, inside this division we need to display the paragraph tag, and that paragraph tag it's going to have the class name, and that going to be the font bold, and that going to display the text which is inside the post by dot username, and right after this it's going to display the comment dot comment. Save the changes. So we're having the image inside that division. Inside that division we're having that image. After that we're having one more division which having two paragraph tag in it, username and the comment. Okay, so this will be displayed only if there is comment. Currently there is no comment, that's why it's not displaying. Okay, so right after this division, so now we need to create a container to post a real command. So user need to type the command, then they need to post it, right? So we need to create the container for it. So container to post the command. Okay, so div, inside this div, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a class name with the flex and the flex wrap. Okay, and the item center and margin top 6, and the gap it's going to be 3. Okay, and then here I'm going to create a link. Okay, so this link is going to take us to the user profile, pin details and all those things. So we already have typed those details, so just copy it and paste it over here, and make sure to add the question mark over here. And right after here, inside this link, I'm going to have an image. Okay, and that is already, it's going to be the same image only. Pin detail is the user image, so copy that and paste it, which we already added over there. We already added that thing in our over here. We already added just like here. Okay, so I don't want to display the uh, name because because he's the user. Here I need to display the text box, and I need to have the send button. I don't want to add that name over here. We just need the input. So right after this link, we just need to add the input type. It's going to be the text only, and we are going to add the class name. That is going to be flex1. Take all the available space, border gray 100, and make sure outline none, and then border 2, and then padding 2, rounded to excel, and then on focus border gray 300. Okay, save the changes. Now we having the text. If I click this, it will be focused. Cool, it's working fine. Then what we need to do, we need to add a placeholder. Add a comment. Then value it's going to be comment, the state which we created. On change, I'm going to pass an event and a callback function, and set the comment as e.target.value. Okay, cool. And now if I type something, that will be set and the state will be updated immediately. Cool. And after this input tag, I'm going to have one more button, that's the IO send, which we already have. So that will display the send option, and I'm going to add a few customized styles for it. Font size, it's going to be 25, and the class name cursor pointer. On click, I'm calling a function called add comment. Okay, this function we not yet added. So if you save these changes, it will throws the error because we don't have that function. So scroll to the top and add that function. So we need to add that function. Where you need to add that function? You need to add that function right after your this pin detail over here. Const add comment is equals arrow function. Open it, and then here, if the comment, what we need to do, set adding comment as true because we are adding the comment. Okay, else what we need to do, if it is not, okay, if it's not, I'm not going to do anything for the time being, so let's leave it as it is. Set true. If it is true, only we are checking that one, and I'm just going to add the client. I'm going to patch it with the using the pin ID what we are having already in our hand, and set if missing. If the pin ID is missing, I'm just going to set the comment. I'm just going to set the comments array as an empty array. Otherwise, I'm just going to insert, which we already did exactly for your save. Okay, so after comma comments, open the array -1, and after here I need to pass the array of objects, and then that's the comment we are going to pass, comment, and underscore key you need to pass, that is going to be UUID4 comma posted by colon, open it, and that's you need to pass the type colon, that is going to be posted by. Okay, so make sure that you copy it and paste it here. Cool. Then underscore reference, that is going to be user, which we already passed in our props, user dot underscore id. Okay, and then save the changes, and right after this insert command over here, this is, where is the insert command? It's closing over here. Okay, so this statement dot commit, we need to commit it, and then this will return a promise then, and this will have a callback function. What I'm going to do, I'm going to say fetch pin details. Okay, so we are going to fetch that pin details, and we set the comment as empty, and set adding comment as false. Save the changes. Okay, so if everything is working fine, once the comment is inserted, we are fetching back the same pin detail again, so that will update the comments instantly, and we are setting the state, updating the state, so that comment will be reversed to an empty string. Let's see if everything is working fine. Let's say checking. If I click send, that should be refreshed, and it's showing an error. Say inspect the elements console. What is the error? We are getting an error where type error, it's not a function, so we are getting the error over here, pin details dot comments. So this is the problem. This is supposed to be these, both of them, or should be inside the bracket. That's the problem. Close this, save the changes, and now look at that. Let's say trying again to post a comment. Save these. If you click it, that will load again, and look at that, our comment is successfully working fine. So we successfully placed the comment over here. So now all we need to do is to just give the recommended suggestion for this post. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now let's load the suggestion pins for this particular pin details. If there is any suggestions, you can show them that suggestion post below over here. To do that, what we need to do is, so first what I need to do is I need to wrap everything, okay, wrap everything into one like this. Open it, and this should be end right after the end of your division over here. Close it. Okay, so right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the recommended. We have created an empty tag component, empty tag, and then we wrapped everything inside that, and we are showing that recommended pins now. Okay, so for the time being, I'm just going to console log, okay, pins. So we set the pins at when we are creating the function over here, set pins dot response. So now let's refresh it. If there is any response over here, you can see in the console currently there is no suggestions for it. It's having an empty because we don't have a same object in the same category. Okay, if I choose vector, how many pins we having? Okay, we having two things. So if I open this one, now we having one array over here. Look at that, we are getting one array as an empty array. Okay, because inside the vector we having two more than one post, so we are getting that another one as a suggestion. So I need to load that suggestion right after here. Okay, so let me close the console.log and then open it. If the pins dot length is greater than 0, then display this, else display this. Else if there is nothing to display, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to load the spinner. Spinner. Okay, I'm just going to load that spinner, and that spinner is going to be self-closing tag, and that going to show the message as, okay, is going to show the message as loading more pins. Okay, or if there is a length, what I need to do, I'm going to open and close an empty tag like this. Inside here, I'm going to call the h2 tag and showing more like this. Save the changes. So if that is, it will display that more like this. Otherwise it will simply keep the loader and it will keep on loading. Otherwise, if you don't need to display anything, just leave it as it is. Okay, so I'm just going to load anyway, so keep it as it is. Class name, let's say text center, and the font as the bold, and text to Excel, and margin top 8 and margin bottom 4. Save the changes, and now it will be over here. And right after this, I'm going to load the masonry layout which we already created, and I'm going to pass the pins for this, and I'm going to pass that pins, so that will load that particular masonry layout over here. So now we are showing them the suggestions, and the comment is also working fine. This is the nice design. If I click save, if I click send, that will be sent that particular comment, and the suggestion post, everything is working good. Cool. So all we have to do now is to finish our user profile. Okay, so now let's go and do that user profile. That's what we need to do. Okay then, so now let's start doing the user profile. So if I click the user profile, currently it's showing like this. So let's go ahead and open the user profile. So now let's import all the necessary things. So let me copy it and paste it. You just type all the import statement over here. Okay, and then all the import statements. I copied it and pasted it here. So this user saved pin query, user query, and user created pin query, you need to update it in your data.js. Go ahead, and then I'll just simply copy and paste that query which I given below in the description. You just copy it and paste it over there. Okay, so these are just the same thing, how we created the queries and all the just the repeated things. So that's why, to avoid typing again and again, I'm just going to paste it to save our times. Okay, so after the user query, I'm going to copy this saved and saved pin queries. Okay, right over here, saved pin query and saved created pin queries. To avoid confusion, I copied this entire data.js in the description. So copy and replace it in your data.js. Okay, so now let's start writing the your user profile. Okay, and inside this user profile, we need to have few states, and we need to fetch the UID from the param. So paste these lines. So I created the few states and all those things. Okay, don't worry about this. I'll explain all those things. What is this and what all those things. Okay, for the time being, just copy it and paste it. All this, just type all these things. Okay, I will explain when I'm going to do. So first we need to fetch the user information. So for that we are going to use the use effect to fetch the user informations. Okay, so here I'm going to pass the dependency. What is the dependency? That is going to be the user ID, which we are fetching from the param. Whenever this user ID is changing, you need to re-render this entire use effect. Okay, so I'm going to fetch the query const query is equals user query of user ID, fetch that thing, and then client dot fetch, pass that query over here. That will fetch the detail, then return a promise, and will capture that data. Okay, and we will set that user state to our data dot 0. So now we have the user information in our user state. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, if there is no user, what I need to do, I just need to, if there is no user, if not user, I'm just going to return spinner with a message like loading user details. Save the changes. Currently we having the user information. So if I remove this not, if there is user, it will be loaded. If there is not, only we need to load this. So we having the user, so it's displaying this message. So we having the user informations. So let's start customizing our user profile. So class name, it's going to be the relative position, relative, and the padding bottom, it's going to be 2, and height is going to be full, and justify center and items center. Inside this user profile, of instead of the text, I'm going to create one more class division with a class name called flex column, and the padding bottom as 5. Okay, inside this division we are going to create one more division that is going to have a class name with a relative, and flex column, and MB7, margin bottom 7. Inside this, here we are going to display the banner with user details. Okay, so for that I'm going to create one division to display that banner, and this is going to be the flex and the flex column, and justify center items center. And inside this I'm going to divide in this show the image. I'm going to show the random image from the unsplash. Okay, we are going to use the unsplash API to show the random image. So class with full height, it's going to be 370, and then
For the large device 2XL, height is going to be 510. Okay, and the shadow it's going to be LG, and the object it's going to be cover and rounded LG. Currently it shows an error, no issue, because we don't have that random function. So we need to create that random variable. So what I'm going to do is scroll to the top right after here. So const random is equals, so we need to have it. So http colon s double slash source dot unsplash unsplash dot com slash 160000 star 900 slash question mark. Use the nature as a category, and I'm going to choose photography. You can choose whatever category you wish, technology, all these things. Okay, so currently it shows we couldn't find that photo. Why? I think this big, it's not a star, it's X. So now that should fetch the random photo, and it will display the random photo over here. Whenever you refresh it, that will fetch the random photo, and it will display that random photo over here. Cool. What we need to do is, so right after this image tag, we need to display our user image. So right after this image, I'm going to display the user image. Okay, so instead of the source, I'm going to get the user dot image value, and the class name it's going to be rounded full, and then width width 20, height 20, shadow 2xl, object cover. Save the changes. Look at that, we're having that image over here, and we need to make it a little bit height, so minus margin top 10. That will be over here. Cool, that's perfect. Then what we need to do after this image, I need to display the user name. That's going to be user dot user name. Save the changes. That will display the username over there. Let's add some styles. Absolute, sorry, not absolute, font bold, and text 3xl, and then text center margin top 3. Save the changes like this. So that's displaying the our username and everything. So right after here, we need to display the logout button. So we need to display the logout button. So let's have that button over there. So create a division, and that is going to be absolute. So top 2 and Z1, and then right 2. Okay, so inside here, that should be displayed only if the user ID is equals to user dot underscore ID. Then render this component. So we already added the Google login in our login component where it is the login. So go ahead and copy this Google login from here, and then go here and paste it. Okay, this, instead of Google login, we are going to use Google logout. Okay, and then client ID, everything is going to be same, and then button is everything is going to be same. And instead of this CSS classes, I'm going to display something different. BG white, background white, padding 2, rounded full, cursor pointer, outline none, and shadow LG. Okay, and after that I think that's more than enough. On click, render on click, props and everything. Instead of this button, instead of this, we are going to display AI outline logout. And then color, we are going to display color red. And font size, we are going to display 21. And instead of these two, I'm just going to display on logout success, call the function called logout. Currently we don't have that function, so we need to create that logout function. So what we need to do is scroll up, and then after this user effect, I'm just going to call const logout is equals, open it. From the local storage, I'm just going to clear the all the information, local storage dot clear, and I'm going to navigate that user to the slash login. Okay, save the changes. Now you can see this button. If you click this, this will be logged out because the local storage, everything will be cleared. So it will immediately navigated to the login screen. So go and test it out. This will definitely will work fine. Okay. So after this, what we need to do is we need to create two buttons over here. Okay. So right after this one and this one, two divisions. Right after the two divisions, we need to add the buttons. So here we need to so created and save. So if the user click created, it's need to display all the posts created by him. If the user click save, it's need to display all the posts saved by him. So let's create that one now. Div class name text center margin bottom 7. Inside this, we are going to create a button, and that button is going to have a type of button, and then on click, okay, on click, I'm going to call an event, okay, event, and that is going to be set text. So we created the text as so e dot target dot text content. We are getting the button text content, and we are setting and we are sending it to the state. Okay, set content, and then we are sending the set active button as created as the active button. By default, created will be the active button. Okay, so we are setting the created as the active button. Okay, and inside this, right after here, I'm going to display the class name, a dynamic block, and then template string, open it. Okay, if this active button, if the active button is equals to created, this particular text, if it's equals to created, then what we are going to do, we are going to display the active button styles. That's the style, which object which we need to create now, active button styles. If it is not, we need to display not active button styles. That's nothing but the CSS values which we need to create, we not yet create over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that styles, and I'll paste it over here. So after the random image, after here, just it's nothing but the CSS styles, BG red, text white, font bold, padding 2, round large, shadow, width and outline none. For the not active styles, I'm having the common not active styles. If I save the changes, okay, currently I can see only a button over here, nothing inside there. What I need to do is I'm going to add that button. Inside that button, what I need to do, right inside here, I need to type created. That will display the text created. Okay, so after that, I'm just going to copy that button one more time, and I'm going to paste that thing. Okay, this time instead of created, I'm going to send it saved. Okay, here we are going to say saved. That will display the button over here. If I click this, that will be changed. If I click this, this will be changed. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to display the details and everything according to this particular thing. If it is created, we need to display that pins, all the created pins. If it is saved, we need to display all the saved pins. Okay, so right after this division, press enter, and here displaying the pins. So I'm just going to create a div, and that div is going to have a class with px2, and inside here I'm just going to have a masonry layout which we already have, and I'm going to pass the pins inside the pins. Okay, and then write okay, this need to be done when we need to done only if you having a pin detail. So only if I'm having a pin detail, I'm just checking pins. If the pins question mark dot length, 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 then open it. Otherwise, what you want to do? I need to display this. If it is not, I need to display like div no pins found. That's the thing I want to display. I just write few class over here. Flex justify center, item center, font bold, and then width full, text Excel, and then margin top to save the changes. Okay, currently you can see it's showing no pins saved. If I click created, okay, still it's showing no pins saved. Actually, I think so it's not working fine because we not yet added that functionality for that thing. What we need to do is we need to write that functionality for in the use effect. Okay, in the use effect we need to write that functionality. So what we need to do is this need to be re-rendered whenever the text is get updated, and right after here I'm going to create one more use effect, and then I'm calling it, and whenever the text and the user ID it's updating, you need to re-render this complete thing. Okay, enter it here. If the text if the text if the text is equals to created this one, if the text is equals to created, then const created, okay, const created pins query is equals user created pins query. So I need to pass the user ID into this query, and then I need to fetch the client dot fetch created pins query dot, then that will returns the promise. We will fetch that data and we will open it, and we will set the pins to our data. Okay, save the changes. Okay, so this will load. So currently now we can see that it's displaying all the pins which is created by the user. Okay, if it is not, else we need to create const saved pins query is equals user saved pins query, open it and pass the user ID into it, and then just do the same thing, copy it and paste it. Instead of created pins, pass saved pins. Save the changes. Now if I click saved, that will show you the saved pins detail. Look at that, how cool it is. So we successfully finished the user profile 2, and all we have to do is just this search component. That's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now let's start doing our search query. If I click over here, so it will navigate it to the search link. So here we need to do the search component. So let's go ahead and open the search.jsx. Currently the search.jsx is everything is looking like this. So let's close everything except the
search and the pins container. So inside the, when I'm calling the search, I'm sending two different props. So I'll just destructure that props over here, search term and set search term. These are the props. And now let me copy all the necessary import statement what I need to use for this particular thing. Let me copy it and paste it. So go ahead, pause the video and save your time, and then uh, copy all the import statements over here. So now let me create two user states, use states. One is for setting the pins, another one is for checking the load. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to fetch the user information by using, we need to fetch the feeds, everything according to the search terms by using the use effects. Open it. Okay, comma, and here we need to pass the dependency. That dependency is going to be your search term. If the search term is changing, we need to re-render it. If the search term, then set loading, it's going to be true. Then const query is equals search query. You need to send the search term into it, search term, and you need to convert it into two lower case, everything into one small letter. So two lowercase, this will convert everything to a small case, semicolon, and then client dot fetch that particular query, and that will return a promise. We will get the data and we will set it to our pins, set pins that particular data, and then we'll get the set loading to the false. Say the changes. If it is not, apart from anything else, we will simply fetch, and then we will call the feed query, because if that is a search term, we need to filter the record according to that, or else we need to simply load everything. So fetch the data, and then fetch the data, and we will set the pins data as data, and we'll keep the set loading as false. Save the changes. So this will do all the works. So now we need to check and we need to render it. Okay, so inside here, instead of this, okay, if loading is true, then we need to load the spinner along with the message. What is the message? Searching for pins. Save the changes. Currently nothing will happen because loading is false. So if I make it true, that will be load like this. Okay, false. I'll keep it over here. And after this, now what we need to do, I'm going to check after this division. I'm going to check one more thing, that's the pins. If the pins dot length, length, if the pins dot length not equals to 0, then only you need to bring the masonry layout, then you need to load all the pins. Otherwise you are not supposed to do anything. Save the changes. Okay, so now we can see that it's showing all the feeds even if you are in the URL. Okay, if I click coding, it's showing. Okay, so it's showing sorry, no feeds available. Okay, cool. If I go to the watch me, if I click here, okay, so it's working fine, it's loading all the details. Okay, and then after this, when I'm searching something, okay, if I'm searching something over there, okay, let me show you. If I am typing something like baby, okay, currently it's not showing anything. Okay, but when I am filtering it, it will working fine. It's showing this picture, but when I'm typing over here, it's not showing anything. If there is nothing, means we need to show the same picture over there. So what I need to do is I need to check again if the pins dot length is equals to 0 and search term not equals to empty. If it is not equals to empty and the result of length is equals to 0, and if it is not loading, if it is not loading, then only you need to show this picture. That means I'm making sure even if it is not loading, you don't have, if the search term is not equals to an empty string, and if your result is equals to 0, that means if there is nothing only, you need to load this particular thing. What we are going to load: div class name width full height screen flex 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 column justify center items center, and inside here paragraph tag sorry, and this smiley emoji over here, and no pins found. No pins found, and we need to display that image. What is that image? Not found. And with the class name of width 30 percentage. This is for medium devices, and for normal devices 80 percentage. Save the changes. Now if I search for baby, look at that. So we successfully created all the functionalities. Let's have a look. Let me make it big screen. If I click the home screen, look at here, we successfully finished. So if I click the coding, if there is anything, it will display is not available. If I click anime, we're having one picture, so the filter, everything is working fine. If I search something over there, for instance, if I'm searching for something like baby, currently there is nothing over there. If I delete everything, it will be filtered back home, and the filter, everything is working. If I click submit photo, it's having this nice design over here. If I click this, I can choose any pictures from here. Okay, that will be loaded and instantly it will be displayed over here. If you don't wish that picture, you can change it by click that, and that will, you can choose another picture from there. Let me choose another picture. What picture we can choose? Okay, so let me choose this one now. If I click OK, that will be uploaded over here. So I'm just going to give like Nissan GTR, a classic sport car. I love this car. So Google, www.google.com, and this is going to be cars. If I click the save pin, that will save the results in our database, and that detail will be updated over here. So if I wish to download it, if I click this, that will download the link. I can open it. Look at that nice picture. Cool. Let me close this, and if I click save, that will be saved. Cool, that is saved. And then if I click this, that will opens the new directory. See, it's opening that particular link. It will takes you to that new destination. Cool. And now what we need to do, if I click this, that will be opened. Okay, so currently it doesn't have any pins to suggest over here. That's why it's not suggesting. It's keep on loading. If I add a comment, click, that will add a comment over here. See, the comment is working fine. If I go back, if I wish to delete this post, I can, this comment button will be shown only for me, so that will be deleted. If I click this, that will be deleted instantly. It's working fine. Cool. And then if I click the user profile from anywhere, that will load that user profile. So it's loading this picture, and here these are the posts I created, and these are the posts I saved. Cool. Now we finished this, we successfully created a full stack, a social media application where you can share your posts and pictures and everything. Okay, so now what we need to do, we just need to make it live. We need to upload it in the live. We need to upload and bring it to live so everyone can upload their posts and pictures and everything. Okay, that's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now that we are in the final stage, we need to deploy our project. So before deploying, we need to make few more changes. So go to your app.js. That means if any user is trying to access this URL without login, that means if without user login, we should not allow it. So we need to block it. So that to do that, const navigate is equals use navigate. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is here I'm just going to verify it whether the user is or that or not. Use effect, open the function equals open an arrow function, and then keep an empty dependency. Here const user, we are going to fetch the user by using the fetch user from the utils. Okay, and then now we have the user. If not user, if it doesn't returning any user information, then navigate to dot slash login. Well, it will force the user to the login screen if the user is not logging in. Okay, that will make sure. And now open your, collapse everything and open your front end alone, go to the public and go to the index.html. So we need to change our title over here. So in the asset folder, I give you the favicon, favicon.png. So use that thing for your favicon, or if you're having your own favicon, you are free to use that one also. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to give the title. So what is the title it's going to be? You can choose what your title. So let me scroll down, and where is the title here? Instead of React app, I'm going to type watch me social media app. Okay, and you can change the description also. Website created by using React app. So this is the, you can say, full stack social media application using React app. Save the changes, and instead of this favicon over here, favicon URL, favicon, what I need to do is I need to bring this, I'll copy this and I will paste it inside the public folder. So I will have this favicon over there. Instead of that favicon ICO file, I'll use this PNG file dot PNG. Save the changes. That will be refreshed, and now we can see that our title and along with that favicon is changed over here. So now we need to add one more file in your public directory. So right click and create a new file underscore, and that file name is going to be redirects. Redirects, REDIRECTS, redirects without any extensions. So why we are having this file extension is because once your file is uploaded to the cloud, so if I click this, it's navigating to the category.coding. If I reload it again, it's need to go to the root domain, right? But the problem is, if you once it's uploaded, it's because of this multi-page website, it's uploaded in the cloud, it shows, it throws an error. So we need to have this, we need to solve that error. To do that, you need to add this particular line to fetch that particular thing. So anything coming through this particular, after this URL, if trying to reload it, it's need to be re-navigated to this particular URL, and the status should be 200. Okay, save these changes. Now it's everything is done, so we just need to build it, and we need to go and host it in the where we need to host it. We need to host it in our Netlify. Okay, so before doing all those things, let's go ahead and create an account in the Netlify. So search for Netlify. Netlify. If you click this, where you can sign up. So for the time being, I'm just clicking login over here. I can log into my Netlify account. So click sign up and create an account over there. Okay. So currently I already having one website over here, which is the demo which I used to have. Okay. So what we need to do is, um, where is that? So what I need to do, I just need to click add new website over here. So we can either add a new website from there, or you just click mm, 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 deploy manually. You just need to drag and drop your output folder over here. Okay, so now let's go there and let's build our file. So let me stop this front end. Let me stop that front end. Okay, and here let me run the build folder. So cls npm run build. So that will build your build directory in your front end. So it's creating the build directory. So let it get done. So once it's get done, so this will create the minimized version of our application. So it gets builded. Let's go ahead, and I think so here drag and drop the site output folder here. That's it. We just need to do that one. So it's keep on building. So where it is, still it's building. So it will take a while, maybe because our file is too big, right? So it will take a while to finish all those things. Okay, so let's wait until it's get done. So now here it's done. So let's go ahead and right click this folder and open it in the file explorer. Reveal it in the file explorer. All we need to do, just drag and drop it, this build directory over here. That's it. So that will be uploaded, and over here you can see that it's showing the production is just uploading. Okay, now it's published. Okay, so click the domain settings and then go to options, edit the site name, type your name, whatever the name you want. So watch me YouTube Vetri. I'm just typing my name. Watch me YouTube. Watch me Vetri YT YouTube. Save the changes. Okay, so everything will be changed. Now if I click this, that will opens our application. So our login screen is loaded successfully. Okay, so now if I click inspect element, it will throws a bunch of errors. Okay, look at that. So we having some bunch of errors. What is that? Errors is nothing but, so these are the errors are coming from your Sanity and your Google API, because our ID, it's our token is not created for this particular login URL. So what we need to do is we need to add this URL to our Sanity and our Cloud API. So let's open the Sanity manage. Open the Sanity manage from your backend folder. Okay, that will opens our project manage settings. So go to API settings and then click add cross origin. So copy this URL completely. Copy this URL and paste it over here, and then allow all credentials and click save. Okay, so now few errors will be, if I'll keep it right side, and if I refresh it, if I go to the console, now I'm just getting only one error. It's because it's coming from the Google API. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go to console.cloud.google.com and then open up your project which we created over here. Watch me YouTube, which that's the project I created. I'll go to the APIs and services, and then I need to go to the credentials, and inside the credentials click the web client, Okay, so here we're having this particular URL. So we just need to paste your application URL now. Paste it, save the changes. Okay, so initially it will take 5 to 10 minutes to get this URL gets affected. It will not affect immediately. For the demo website what I created, it took me 24 hours to get update this URL in that. Okay, so now we'll try our best, hope it will work. Okay, so what we need to do is open the application and right click this local storage and clear it. It's cleared, and let's right click and empty the cache memory and reload it. Okay, still it's showing error. It's not because you're in your coding problem. It's all because our in the web client our URL it's not get added. This URL it's not get added. See, it's showing note it might take a minutes or to a few hours to take the settings to take effect. Okay, so for me when I'm creating this particular website, demo website, it took me 24 hours to get approved, and then this error will be cleared. So if you guys checking after, if you try again after few hours, this will definitely will work. I hope you guys excited, and I hope you enjoy this course. And if you enjoy this course, thumbs up, and I'll see you and take care. Bye bye.